Dar porą minutėlių palauksim.
We will take a few minutes before we start. We will take a few minutes before we start.
Labas rytas visi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you to the Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum. I welcome you in the Constitution Hall of the Seimas and also those who joined us online, both in the Lithuanian channel and the English channel. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen, Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, to make her welcome address.
Labas rytas, gerbiami.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, participants, speakers, guests, and organizers of the forum. It is very important that this event has brought together experts, leaders, and enthusiasts from a wide range of disciplines to discuss today's important topic, exploring how smart technologies can be a powerful tool for social change on a wide range of issues. A theme that perfectly reflects the quest for a more responsible, just, and sustainable world, a world where technology as a driver of progress serves as a tool for creating and promoting social well-being, a tool for reducing exclusion, enabling as many social groups to create common good, and a way of addressing a variety of issues in a more effective and speedy way. We're living in the world full of challenges. In recent years, they have grown considerably. The scale and pace of these challenges require bold, innovative, fast solutions and modern modes of action. Social business and innovation are becoming an integral part of the development of modern society, a space where technological progress, human creativity, and the desire to create positive change meet. When it comes to innovation, and in particular artificial intelligence, you are going to discuss about this today, I know, we're faced with increasing warnings about the dangers that will arise if decision makers fail to seize the opportunities that technology offers and find balanced ways of regulating them. Indeed, it is still difficult to grasp the scale of the change that we have already witnessed. Thanks to this, doctors, for example, are now able to reach a very precise diagnosis for a patient in real time using AI tools or we all can find it very helpful in different circumstances. On the other hand, the technologies in question can create images that are hard to discern from reality, that can be employed as a tool for disinformation, with an impact of an unprecedented scale, which can steer societies in a particular direction and undermine the very foundations of democracy. Therefore, today more than ever before, it is essential to have a close link among experts in various fields and stakeholders to be able to exchange knowledge and take timely and wise decisions in a rapidly changing world. As regards today's program, the speakers, I welcome the attempt to widely explore and to do it from different angles, the opportunities offered by the synergy between state-of-the-art technology and social business. I believe that today's discussions will help to explore the following issues: strengthening the links between different ecosystems in order to achieve a breakthrough in social innovation, bringing technological and social innovation closer together, building synergies between social business and policymakers, and finally, ways of ensuring that electoral cycles do not halt progress and that positive endeavors and initiative continues. Thank you very much. I wish you a successful forum.
Dėkoju Seimo pirmininkei.
I thank the speaker and thank you for being the patron of this forum this year. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kazys Starkevičius, Minister of Agriculture. He's a newly appointed minister. Before that, he was chair of the Seimas Committee on Economics. Our forum has been cooperating with this committee on in a very long period of time. So the floor is yours, Mr. Minister.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Chmilytė-Nielsen, you are the axis of this event, and I would like to thank you for that. And I'm happy to see this great audience in this event, which proves your authority. And I can say that in the committee we collaborated closely, and among our achievements is an agreement regarding the concept of social business and its inclusion into the law on small and medium-sized business development. This is an important first step towards creating a clear, sustainable, and enabling legal framework for the development of social business. I would like to thank all the members, all the 12 members of our committee, because we managed to reach our agreement. And we also challenged other institutions by showing that we are ahead of everyone else. I would like to thank Mr. Bagdonas, who participates in today's conference, who was a driving force in the committee, who helped us to prove for the Seimas the necessity of our vision. And your work during the pandemic and later during the period of Russia's invasion to Ukraine, we managed to find solutions in communication with our society, with our institutions, in search of optimal solutions during those crisis. I would like to thank the forum for the inclusion of our Ukrainian colleagues, and there are our Ukrainian colleagues with us today. This is an important step because Ukraine will reach its victory and it will join the European Union as it's taking its firm steps towards that. The topic of the forum, Tech for Tomorrow, Empowering Social Change Through Innovation, is very relevant today. And the topic is particularly promising. And I'm glad that we are leaders of this forum, and it's a great opportunity for all of us to share our ideas and experiences, and also to discuss how we can join our efforts in strengthening the social business ecosystem, fostering social innovation, and making technological progress a driver for positive change. Today I received the Secretary of Pennsylvania from USA in the Seimas, and I mentioned to him this forum I told about it, and the delegation seemed to be very supportive of our work. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to express my hope that this forum will continue to be a source of discussions and new ideas that will contribute to our shared goal of building a more sustainable, fairer, and more innovative world. May this day be full of inspiration and collaborative efforts to achieve positive changes. Thank you all for your participation, and I wish everyone fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Dėkui.
Thank you.
Minister, it's a pleasure to see that many different experts from different stakeholders are united in this forum. We see representatives of the different political groups, including the liberals, the conservatives, the social democrats. This is the field that unites the politicians across the field. As we know, in the face of security threats, we are as strong as the weakest link in our society, and social business and social innovations is exactly what contributes to strengthening society, their dignity, their pride in their state, which makes sure that people will be determined to defend their state, something that we are witnessing in Ukraine at the moment. And now it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Brigitte Felay-Bruno, Head of Unit for Social and Inclusive Entrepreneurship at the European Commission. Welcome, Brigitte. It's a pleasure to see you.
Welcome. Thanks for the welcome, and it's really a pleasure to be with you. Thanks for the invitation. Indeed, at the European level, we do believe that social economy can play an important role in shaping this future, positive future and thriving economy. More precisely, the topic of your forum today is very important because the fourth industrial revolution is upon us. And new technologies, as was just mentioned, have the power to reshape our daily lives for the better or for the worse. So the really important question today is, do we want technologies to serve the broader good, or will they rather deepen inequalities? We want to believe and want to focus on how social tech, entrepreneurship, and the social economy can and must play a central role in guiding the development and application of new technologies. As you might be aware, at the European level, we are really promoting a thriving economy and including and based notably on social economy. For that, we adopted a Social Economy Action Plan in 2021, which includes quite a comprehensive series of activities that cover all aspects to really promote and enhance an enabling framework for the social economy. It's already well underway under implementation. And as part of it, last year, we adopted a Council recommendation addressed to all member states on really establishing social economy framework conditions, which calls all member states to adopt by or adjust by the end of next year comprehensive strategies to support social economy system. That's why also this kind of events that you organize today are very important, because all stakeholders must be included in the discussion to make sure we set up the right framework. And I also heard that you've made progress in agreeing on social business definition. So those are all very important basis for the developing the strategies and making sure the framework is in place, and having all stakeholders around the table, of course, is key. So it's really important. Now, the idea is not just to adapt to change, but really to shape change to create a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future. In that respect, the topic of your forum is really one which is full of opportunities. Social tech entrepreneurship and social economy are uniquely positioned to harness technology for the common good. They can create solutions that address societal changes while ensuring economic sustainability. Social economy can transform the ongoing changes from a top-down, profit-driven phenomenon into a bottom-up movement for social good, which is really the characteristics of the social economy and its force. For that, it needs to have access to capital and expertise. Social enterprises can scale and innovate at the same level as their commercial counterparts, if and only if they secure the necessary resources. And that's an important barrier that they keep on mentioning. At the European level, again, we try to help here, and they can get some support through the European Social Fund Plus, for example, but also the InvestEU program, which is a program where we have developed financial instruments with the intermediary, notably of the EIF and now the CEB as well, the Council of European Bank. And it's important overall, we have 2.8 billion earmarked for this multi-annual financial framework to support social enterprises and social impact investing as well. A second element, which is beyond access to finance, is influencing the research and development work. Social tech entrepreneurs can steer research and development towards pressing social issues, such as healthcare access, for example. And as a transition pathway for the social economy industrial ecosystem aims at enhancing the contribution that the social economy can make to the green and digital transition, and strengthening its resilience to future shocks. Third dimension, finally, obviously shaping policy environments. By engaging in the policy-making process, social economy can contribute towards ethical use and development of technologies. For example, we had an DG employment event at EU level last year where we had social enterprise helping to scan algorithms used in the AI to make sure that they did not create bias against discrimination. So this is the kind of contribution that can be done as well. Overall, the technology has the power to drive social and economic value together. New technologies have an immense potential to create novel solutions for social challenges. For instance, artificial intelligence can be used to predict social issues like emerging poverty through data analysis. Also, social tech entrepreneurs can ensure solutions are designed with social impact at their core. To support this, together with the OECD, we have produced guidance to help manage and measure impact for social enterprises. And finally, social enterprises can use digital platforms, mobile technology, and artificial intelligence to scale solutions quickly and efficiently, and expand their reach, bringing their services to underserved communities around the world. As a final thought, I would like to highlight the decisions that we make today and about how we use and develop these technologies will have far-reaching implications for the future generations. The fourth industrial revolution is not just a technological shift, it's a societal one. This is why we work for a strong and thriving social economy. So based on this, I really wish all stakeholders to embrace a proactive strategic approach to the tech of tomorrow. And I really wish you a very fruitful discussion today. I'm sure it's going to be very rich, and it will help drive this evolution for the benefit of all, drive inclusive growth, and help us tackle the most pressing social challenges. Thanks a lot, and have a really nice and fruitful forum.
Thank you, Brigitte, for very important insights, and we hope that next year we will be able to join this forum in person in Vilnius. I mean, you or your colleagues. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Petra Puchner, Commissioner for Europe of the Minister of Economic Affairs, Labour and Tourism, Baden-Württemberg, and Executive Manager of Steinbeiß Europa Zentrum, Germany. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure that you invited me. I'm really thankful, and I'm sorry that I'm not with you, actually. I would love to be with you and do all the discussions in presence with you. But times are different. So good morning to everybody who's here, and my deep respect at the beginning to you in Lithuania, because all of you in Lithuania and all of your people all around and who are so near to the war, you really hold high that what has to be done in these times. And I appreciate very much how you challenge also everyone in the European Union to be strong and to be supportive. So thank you very much for that. It's really a pleasure, and I hope that next year I'll be there and talk to you in presence. As Commissioner for Europe, my major topic is innovation, and innovation is very much what you are talking about today also, and that's why I also focus, of course, on that. In the last 2 years, what we could do, and I was very happy that our ministry worked with us on that we could invite startups from Ukraine to come to our startup events in our region in Baden-Württemberg, so that they could join and meet a lot of companies and researchers to partnership. And this was also always very good for each year. And I'm really happy that we could do that. But I hope, of course, that next year they can have their own startup events in their own country, in Ukraine. Yeah, my major topic is innovation. I said this, and my goal is to support researchers, to support companies and the society as a whole, to understand the importance of innovation of our society as well as our whole planet for today and for the future. And enabling innovators to grow, this is our challenge that we take and give best support to those who really want to be enabled to create new things like across borders, and to create all the technologies what you are talking about also today, and join them together with the society. So the event today is also the final event for the European project named Positive. And Positive is led by our agency, Steinbeiß Europa Zentrum, and partners with Lithuania and Italy. And the name Positive is already gives a good vibration, I think. It means that those 6 project partners from the start have worked together as a team. And I was told that this was a really very good team, and it showcased cooperation and co-creation, exactly what we want. And how did they do it? They joined cooperation of social and technology-driven organizations, and thus opened eyes on both sides and created a sphere of understanding, of value and estimation. Also, sincerely work was of course done behind this all, and also fun, as I have heard. And you will hear the results soon during the day, because my people are there and they are going to talk about it. You are there, of course, also from the countries Italy and Lithuania, and you will talk about it, and you can hear about the good results that they had. I believe very much in such team building. I believe in cooperation where all are willing to listen and to co-create. and new things will be realized. The more diverse the teams, like connecting social and technology, the more a creation can be installed. And impact is the result of challenges and of new creations. And we can see the impact that has happened with the different projects that have already been done through the European, financed by the European Union. When we look at the world as a whole, we can see that the results if people are not interested in cooperating, not interested in listening. We can see how war and crime is increasing in our planet. We can see it even in our region. Lithuania knows what we talk about, of course, very much. But every conflict has a chance to be solved. I believe in that. And bring people from different sizes, different ideas, different beliefs, whatsoever, bring those together and look at what is behind. Is there a conflict? Is there something beneath the surface? And there will always be a chance that people will listen, hopefully. Of course, not always. It will not always work, but I believe that there is a chance that things can be changed. Talking, listening, understanding, and finally realizing we have the same dreams, and maybe with different ideas and morals, but our listening brings understanding and finally a new positive way of cooperation. I'm very thankful for the title of your event, empowering, and it's empowering social change through innovation. Too many, especially young people I talk to, are afraid of the future or get angry, aggressive, as they do not see how it could be better. And that's why this topic we talk and learn about today in your event is so important. And creating a sphere, and I think that's what you will be doing in your event. You're creating a sphere where all, young and old, get a new trust in our future due to the huge number of people working on and with innovation. I wish you all who are here and participating an open mind and of course a lot of listening for discussions and for taking home that what we have in our hands already, because I believe that we all have a lot in our hands already, even if not everything will be working right away. So each drop in the water starts with a small circle in the water, and it creates more circles. So I wish you all that what you are doing, and I believe it, will be empowering to others, and will empower our young people, will empower you, will empower those who are working on all these topics. And thank you for listening, and I wish you all the best for this important event that you have. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame už.
Thank you for your address, and I hope we'll see you in Lithuania. And I would like to continue our welcome speeches and invite Mr. Ramūnas Godoliauskas, Mayor of Rokiškis District. The floor is yours.
Taigi, labas rytas dar kartą, gerbiamas Seimo pirmininkė.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Speaker of the Seimas, Minister. Thank you, Victoria, for the invitation. And this morning I was looking for my colleagues' mayors, and I find very strange being the only mayor here in this forum. For several years now, Rokiškis District Municipality has been consistently working in the direction of social entrepreneurship, education, promotion, and development. We started with the strengthening of non-governmental organizations and communities by creating the most favorable conditions for their establishment, functioning, and development. And today, as we see those non-governmental organizations stronger and social businesses that are growing in our area, we are taking the next step. We aim to enhance social entrepreneurship not only in the district, but also in the entire Panevėžys region and beyond. We, together with our Latvian partners and, of course, with the Lithuanian Social Business Association, are implementing an interesting and challenging project improving the social entrepreneurship ecosystem in Zemgale and northern Lithuania, financed by Interreg Latvia-Lithuania Cooperation Program for 2021-2027. The project aims to promote social entrepreneurship in the regions of Zemgale and northern Lithuania by strengthening the skills of social businesses, also transferring responsibility to the public sector by creating opportunities to share experiences. During the project, we will identify potential areas for social business development, create practical educational materials on social entrepreneurship for schools and business centers, develop social entrepreneurship skills, share experiences, empower the public sector to test innovative approaches at local level, and promote social entrepreneurship in the regions. And the total value of the project amounts to almost 600,000 euros. And the co-financing from the European Region Development Fund amounts to more than 400,000 euros. Although the implementation of the project only started in May this year, good progress has already been made. A database of existing and potential social innovations in the regions of Zemgale and Panevėžys has been set up according to a methodology prepared by scientists, with special attention to those of high potential for social innovations. Using this database, a comparative analysis of social innovators in Zemgale and northern Lithuania has been carried out. In order to find out the needs of potential social entrepreneurship educators regarding the development of training guidelines and educational materials, a survey of potential educators in northern Lithuania was conducted. The activities of the project will be continued in order to fully involve the educators of Zemgale and northern Lithuania, especially, of course, Panevėžys region, and also existing or potential social innovators and social businesses, and to encourage them to contribute to the improvement and development of the social business ecosystem. We strive for the highest level of education, promotion, and development of social entrepreneurship in the region in order to boost our social economy. Therefore, it is important to create favorable conditions for the development of social business in the region. Following this, the next step of this project is the establishment and development of a competence center aimed at promoting social entrepreneurship in the region. According to the strategy for the functional zone of Panevėžys region and the agreement on its implementation, we have planned for the investments and promotion of entrepreneurship. It was agreed that a co-working space will be established in Rokiškės district municipality, which will help all those interested in social business to acquire competences and skills required in starting and developing social businesses. The equipment and infrastructure necessary for the provision of these services will be purchased with the funds of the EU investment program and, of course, with the funds of our municipality. I would like to thank once again Ms. Viktorija Čmilytė-Nielsen for the invitation and for our collaborative efforts. And I would like to invite everyone to the Social Business Forum for 2025 in Panevėžys region. We still haven't decided on the final details, and I wish everyone a good forum.
Ačiū ir po šito forumo galėsim
Thank you very much. And I believe we'll be able to introduce new instruments and new tools following this forum. So this will only reinforce our efforts with the help of the efforts by the mayor in Panevėžys region. Let me also extend a few words of welcome on my own behalf as well before we begin our forum.
gerbiami svečiai,
So, dear guests, Lithuanian foreign partners, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Lithuanian Social Business Association, let me welcome those of you who are joining us here and those of you who are watching us online from various cities, towns, and villages in Lithuania and around the world. I looked up our registration list, and based on our participants, we have people attending our forum from Australia, Georgia, Israel, and certainly the EU member states. So I am honored to welcome you at this special venue, the Constitutional Hall of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. This is a symbolic place where visions for the future of our democratic country are born, where policies are shaped and decisions important to the people of Lithuania are taken. It is indeed a very special place where major historical events took place. It is now early September, a time when nature is changing, transforming from a generous summer into a peaceful autumn. This time in nature offers a lesson for us all, a lesson about cycles, change, and preparation for the future. September teaches us that in order to reach new heights and meet the challenges of these times, we need to embrace the change and prepare for the next phase. This is perfectly in line with the challenges and opportunities facing social business today. It is no coincidence that this year's forum will focus on the synergy between technology and social innovation. We live in a rapidly evolving world where technological advances are opening up new horizons. This provides us with the tools to tackle society's deepest and most pressing problems. But this progress must be combined with social sensitivity and responsibility, which we must embrace in order to achieve a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. Climate change, social inequalities, and security threats are the challenges we now face every day. In this context, I am convinced that social business and social innovation are becoming a key tool to not only contribute to economic growth, but also to create lasting solutions to the challenges facing our society. I am delighted that this forum gives us the opportunity to discuss relevant issues and chart new courses of action that will not only further strengthen social business in our countries, but will also help to bring the technology and social innovation ecosystems closer together. I would like to take this opportunity to express the gratitude of our community to the members of the Lithuanian Social Business Association for charting its own path in very challenging circumstances, to the Lithuanian parliamentarians for their support, thanks to which the first step has been taken towards the development of the legal framework for social business. My thanks also goes to the European Commission for its important mission in strengthening the social economy, where social business plays an important role. To our German partners, Time-Wise Europa Centrum, for their leadership in the positive initiative. And we'll hear more on this in session 2, devoted to this entire initiative. And our gratitude also goes to the Mayor of Rokiškis and his team for their leadership and efforts in strengthening social business and innovation in Panevėžys region. We're also grateful to the European Commission's Horizon Europe program, the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, and the Innovation Agency, whose support makes this forum possible. And we will be extending much more acknowledgements throughout the day. I wish us all to enjoy inspiring discussions, valuing opportunities for cooperation and creative solutions that will serve as a basis for our future work. May the symbolism of September and the conversations of today inspire us to continue to strengthen social business, which is not only a driving force in the economy, but also a source of strength for our societies and for ourselves. Thank you for being with us today and contributing to the achievement of our vision for a better life. Thank you.
Ir prieš pereinant ir pakviečiant jūs į pirmą sesiją šio forumo, norėčiau įteikti dovanas mūsų.
Before beginning session 1 of the forum, I would like to present tokens of appreciation to our guests. They're very symbolic, full of hope. The speaker is not speaking into the microphone.
Dabar kviečiu.
And now I invite the panelists of session 1 to come to the front, and we will begin session 1 of the forum.
Taigi pirmojoje sesijoje.
During the first session, which is titled Role of Institutions and Necessary Conditions for a Stronger Social Business Ecosystem, we will explore how social business and innovation contribute to economic growth and help address societal challenges, particularly during the crisis of the latest decades. We will discuss the role that the represented institutions and organizations can play in enhancing social business ecosystem, as well as the political, economic, and legal conditions which have to be established for the sector to flourish. The presentations and interventions will focus on practical steps and strategies to foster sustainable and resilient growth of social business. It is my privilege to give the floor to Mr. Lukas Savickas, member of the Committee of Economics of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Victoria, once again for organizing this wonderful event. We'll have to leave this forum at 10:30 due to my busy agenda, but I'm very glad to be here. When preparing for this forum, I wanted to give you some numbers because numbers speak louder than words. According to the information that I found, we have 3 million social enterprises in the European Union with 14 million employers, which make up 8% of the GDP of the European Union, which means that social economy is a very important part of mainstream economy in the European Union. At the same time, we are witnessing the period of advanced technology and innovation. If we compare the generation of our parents and that of our times, we can see a huge leap here, a huge technological leap. But we're also witnessing another challenge, which is the period of global and existential challenges, including climate change and growing inequalities, threats to our security. This has become our reality now. And all this requires new solutions. We have to reevaluate our economic rules and regulations. We have to open the doors for regulating social enterprises and social economies and look at the most innovative and effective tools. The European Union demonstrates global leadership, and we should welcome that because the European Union wishes to develop social economy. It wishes to increase the numbers of stakeholders in social economy, to create jobs in social economy. In our parliament, with the help of Victoria and others, we're also trying hard to make our contribution into social economy. You might think that this is insufficient, but at least as politicians, we believe that the first steps have already been taken. And we have already established a separate category of social economy, social business in Lithuania in terms of legislative framework. And I'm very glad that wherever I am, I continue supporting policies that promote social business and enterprise. And innovations should be focused now because they can be very helpful for social economy, social businesses, because we see new trust in innovation culture. In terms of future perspective, I believe that we can start of thinking of the fund establishment. I see many examples that are very convincing. I see two examples. For example, look at this social enterprise association in the Netherlands. The Dutch policies were based on the welfare state, and technological changes fostered new approach, and innovations were advocated for social change. If we look at the United States of America and policies of former President Barack Obama and his focus on social innovations, he had a political commitment to that in order to reach sustainable change in addressing societal challenges. And Social Innovation Fund was established in the US in 2009. So these examples from Europe to the United States help us to make up our own decision. I believe that today's conference will offer us new ideas, good ideas, and I hope that we will discuss the need for associated structures, the need for dialogue, awareness raising, and education. I think that there are two tools or two ways that social policies can be promoted in the state. So one is support for social businesses and another is fostering NGOs. So these were my initial insights and maybe some food for further discussion. Thank you.
Kadangi Lukas tuoj turės išeiti.
As Mr. Savickas has to leave, I would like to hear beautiful stories you can get to know. I see the representatives from Lithuania and Latvia, and they will come back home and talk about the fund that the Lithuanians are about to establish. But I'm very interested in who is going to be the first one to do that. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Mia Rossi Gray, team leader for social economy, from Unit for Social and Inclusive Entrepreneurship of European Commission of DG EMPL. I congratulate you on assuming this position, and I'm delighted to welcome you here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here today. To talk to the Lithuanian stakeholders. I think events like this are very important in making sure that we create a positive momentum for social economy, not only at the European level, but also in the member states, which is exactly what we are trying to do. The social economy, of course, it's the architect of a society where no one is left behind. It's not about maximizing profits. It's about generating value and putting people and the planet first before profits. And if we look at some numbers, my previous esteemed speaker already mentioned that there are nearly 3 million social economy organizations and entities in Europe. And there are more than 13 million paid jobs, which represents 6.3% of the workforce. However, there is a lot of diversity here between the member states. There's really an uneven development of the sector. So we're looking at between 0.6 and 9.9% of all jobs across the EU member states. So this is not all bad news, because it shows that in all those member states as well, which are in the bottom end of the range, a lot more can be done to support social economy to really unlock the potential to contribute into the socio-economic development of these member states. And in the case of Lithuania, our figures indicate actually that Lithuania is rather in the bottom end when it comes to the share of jobs. But I'm sure there's plenty of enthusiasm and potential to develop the Lithuanian social economy and help it contribute to a sustainable economy where nobody's left behind. So, of course, the role of social economy is really, it's all about community building. Social economy fosters communities. It builds bridges where there are walls and promotes social cohesion and equality. It can also unlock doors for underrepresented groups. For instance, young people, women, migrants, they can enter the labor market and set up social businesses. It also empowers individuals in our societies. It lets them take charge and they can themselves become actors of change. And a robust social economy translates also into resilient and diverse economic landscape. So it nurtures organizations like cooperatives, social enterprises, associations, and mutuals and foundations. And it can promote models that are resilient also in more difficult economic times. Social economy business models are also both sustainable and competitive. They encourage entrepreneurship with social conscience and creating employment opportunities that are grounded in fairness and equality. And it can also support the development of local and circular economies. And it can really play an important role in supporting our societies in combating climate change. It can also help to narrow the digital divide. It champions digital inclusion. It can facilitate access to digital tools and resources and skills, especially to those who are perhaps furthest behind in this regard. So it really doesn't leave. It can contribute to a digital transition that doesn't leave anybody behind. So, of course, with all these good features of the social economy, it's clear that we have to promote its development. Therefore, the European Union has adopted a social economy action plan. This was done in December 2021, and this was really a turning point to create a new political momentum and boost the development of social economy. The EU Action Plan for the Social Economy sets out a vision of how the European Union and the member states should support the social economy until 2030. The Social Economy Action Plan includes over 60 concrete initiatives covering all aspects of the social economy ecosystem. So you can see this slide of my presentation here. You can get an overview of some of the actions and the various aspects of the Social Economy Action Plan, which includes framework conditions, recognition and awareness raising, and opening up opportunities. The action plan was created in collaboration with stakeholders from social economy across all the EU member states. And the action plan is already bearing fruit, and we hope to see a positive long-term effect on supportive frameworks for social economy in Europe. I will focus more on the Council recommendation, because this is, of course, focusing. Social economy action plan was all about what the European Union can do, and the Council recommendation is for the member states. So in the Council recommendation on social economy framework conditions, member states are being asked to adopt or update within 24 months of the adoption of the recommendation comprehensive strategies for the social economy, which should cover all the different aspects of the enabling environment for the social economy. So this text is about fostering access to the labour market and social inclusion through the social economy. And it includes some recommendations on these parts. So it calls upon member states to recognise and support the social economy in enhancing labour market access with fair working conditions, and to recognise and support social economy's role in labour market integration. It also calls for training and skills development for the social economy. And it also calls to strengthen social economy entities' supportive role in promoting social innovation and key sectors of local development and employment. It's also about improving access to public and private funding. So it calls to build enabling social finance ecosystem and encouraging member states to make the most of the existing opportunities for EU funding for social economy. It also calls for improved access to markets for social economy. In particular, it's encouraging the use of socially responsible public procurement and supporting cooperation between social economy and mainstream businesses. It also calls for making the most of existing state aid opportunities under the EU law. It also invites member states to review whether taxation systems sufficiently encourage social economy to grow, or at least do not hinder the development of social economy. The Council recommendation also forms the basis for the building blocks for member states to build its own strategy to support social economy. Like I mentioned, the Council recommendation says that all member states have to have adopted a strategy by for 24 months after the adoption of the recommendation. This means by end of 2025, all member states are asked to have a strategy in place. And social economy strategies should naturally start with a vision and objectives. The vision should define really the overall purpose and direction of the strategy, and to define what the social economy represents in the country and its significance for the economy and the society in the future. It also is important to have in place effective administrative and institutional setups. These are needed to support social economy effectively. So in many member states, for example, governments have established dedicated social economy units or councils, and these kind of units monitor and coordinate social economy policies, and they also communicate with stakeholders. And here we move into the stakeholder engagement. It is absolutely vital to engage stakeholders and consult them in order to have a successful social economy strategy in place. This should be from the planning stage to the actual implementation, monitoring and evaluation. And visibility and recognition are also very important strategic aspects for social economy. And there can be various methods in place to increase the visibility and recognition of social economy. And for instance, in some countries, social economy awards and labels are being used to highlight the work of social economy entities. Finally, there should be a monitoring and evaluation plan in place. It should be part of the strategy. It should include performance targets and indicators. And these indicators should be linked to the policy objectives of the strategy and to data that can be collected in a timely manner. So we are, of course, looking forward to seeing by the end of next year what kind of strategies member states are adopting and how they're going to implement the Council recommendation that we have put into place. And I would, of course, like to remind you that the European Commission does not intend to leave the member states on their own to work on these strategies. We have resources available to help them. For instance, we have launched last year a new social economy gateway, which is an online platform for social economy stakeholders to access essential information and resources on EU policies and funding possibilities, as well as relevant guidance, data and best practices. And there's also a new version of a better entrepreneurship policy tool, which includes self-assessments for inclusive and social entrepreneurship that the national or local authorities can take. This is available in all EU languages. And here we are also offering, of course, financial support. We have stepped up our efforts to facilitate access to funding. There is the ESF Plus. There is the social investments and skills window of the Invest EU. And we are also offering support to member states for their strategies via the technical support instrument, where multi-country projects can be set up and included in the 2025 work program. These will be selected still this autumn. And we have also organized mutual learning workshops for member states' authorities to help them develop their social economy strategy. And as stated in the recommendation, the Commission will monitor the implementation of the Council recommendation and also to see what kind of strategies the member states have implemented. So we are really hopeful and optimistic that the successful implementation of this recommendation will boost the social economy across the EU, and it's going to foster a thriving environment for social economy and therefore a more sustainable economic development and an inclusive society. So thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure to take part.
Ačiū, Mija. Kaip ir minėjau savo...
Thank you, Mia. As I mentioned in my welcome speech, we are grateful to the European Commission for its efforts, and our Lithuanian Social Business Association has been cooperating and will continue to do so in the future in order to make sure that the action plan and the instruments contained in it, their effect reaches the towns and cities and villages of Lithuania, because that's why the economic social action plan was developed, in order to make sure that this becomes a success story for Europe. So thank you, Mia, for your efforts, and I hope that we'll be able to welcome you in Lithuania in our next year's forum.
Man dabar labai malonu pakviesti tarptautinio tinklo DSS Network prezidentą Luką Pastorelį.
And now it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Luca Pastorelli, president of the DSS Network. A month ago, we've become a full-fledged member of this network. And we have been cooperating for the past 2 years. This network contributes to our efforts in strengthening the ecosystem, and we will continue to do so in a more effective way now. So, Luca, thank you for joining us, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And I would like to say good morning to everyone in the room and also to everyone listening online. I'm very happy and honored to be invited in this important forum, but also a bit sad not having had the opportunity, the possibility better to come in person in Vilnius like we did a few months ago, and then in your beautiful city. And so my speech will rely very much on what has already been said, and I will try to offer in a short time some concrete examples of possible pathways from the experience of our network and mostly from the stakeholders' point of view, because now we have heard a lot from the political side, the political institution side, and also I would like to go a bit deeper, heading the perspective and the needs of the stakeholders. And so I will share my presentation. Just confirming, can you see the slides?
Not yet, Luca.
No. Wait. Now you should see them.
Yes, Luca, we see.
Thank you very much. So, this network is has been established over 25 years ago, and is a network of national support organization, exactly like LISVA, from many countries. Now we have more than 60 national organizations from more than 30 countries, mainly in Europe, but not only. Altogether, the network represents more than 100,000 organizations and 1.3 million jobs. And our mission is to support the sector, developing through concrete actions like common projects and offering knowledge, experience, research, support for development through training and other ways. The idea behind DIESIS has always been and is still to be a community. And so that's why we are kind of a horizontal platform where stakeholders like LISVA can come and find materials, resources, ideas, and experiences, which is one of the most valuable. How can I do something that I need? Well, one good way is to meet and to work together with people and organizations who share the same vision, the same values, and has already been doing that for some years. And this is mostly how we work. And I will not spend any more time on the momentum of the social economy because it's here, we know, and this event is one of the proof. It's, as Mia said, it's at the European level, but in Europe, in many countries, but also outside of Europe, at the international level, there is now more and more strong recognition and support from the United Nations and OECD. For example, the United Nations a few months ago approved a resolution supporting social economy, or better, social and solidarity economy, as they call it, at the international level. And this resolution has been supported by a number of member states through all the world. Starting a few years ago, the cooperation with LISVA, we already went through last year a set of actionable recommendations. And that's why today my intervention is taking stock from that. It's 1 year ago, but sometimes it's passed and maybe we can do some updates. Last year, we worked and presented this recommendation in a meeting with the participation of many other European stakeholders. Actually, these recommendations were drafted in close cooperation with Victoria, with LISVA, and they are based on more than 25 years of experience. And what we wanted to do was to go more deep into how what is working and what is not working to create or to better have flourishing and self-sustainable social economy ecosystems at the national level. So first recommendations is to empower the ecosystem capabilities. Because, the policies can be very well structured, but the ecosystem needs to be able to receive, to receive and participate in the construction. And very often, this is not a top-down approach. This doesn't work with social economy. And by the way, these recommendations come from, as I said, some decades of experience and observation. So this happens everywhere, every time. One of the most important factors that sometimes is not so understood by the policymakers, to have an economy of scale, you need to have an ecosystem. An ecosystem is made by organization, is made by people, and the ecosystem must be capable of absorbing the support, both financial support and non-financial resources. Holistic approach are very important in the sense that when it comes to social economy, which is, as we know, an economy that is made by humans, it's very relying on human factor, you have a lot of assets that are intangibles. So it is not a matter of financing, it's not only a matter of business model, it's also a matter, mainly, this is the main feature of the social economy, that the people involved in the sectors share the same values and the same vision. And this is not something that you can build just with one grant. It's something that it takes time to build this mentality and this culture in the people. But this is social economy. If you want that, you need to be a bit patient and give the people the support, but involve the people from the social economy. How this is done concretely? So, and we have very, very concrete and established support examples that you can draw on. For instance, one classic way, very important, of implementation is the governance and raising awareness initiatives must be balanced and participated and involve a lot the social economy stakeholders, the networks, the public authorities, and the investors with this holistic approach. This is the case that you find in public strategies from various governments in Ireland. In Ireland, they are now launching the second phase, let's say, the social enterprise strategy 2.0. In Germany is working on that. Is a new one. Of course, in Germany is a very big country, so there's a big strategy there. And Scotland is working and supporting the sector since many years of support with a very structured strategy from the government, but a very clear and formal involvement of the stakeholders. So in every country, there are stakeholders involved officially by the national government in committees or coordination groups, or in Scotland, there is an organization that is officially helping and supporting the implementation of the national strategies. And in Ireland, works more or less in the same way. In other countries, also due to the different national legislation and constitutions and the different national political structure, there is not a public strategy in place, but there is a structured and organized support and social dialogue with the representatives of the social economy and social enterprise organization. I think this is really point one. For us, from the sector, this is really the starting point, the first pillar. How to achieve also this and how to support national organization. We have heard about the recent recommendations from the European Commission. Concretely, what we have been doing since many years, it's to be involved in peer learning partnerships or peer learning activities involving public officials, but also social economy and other economy representatives, as well as other intermediaries, usually people from the finance sector. We've been doing this since many years, starting from the European Social Fund thematic networks of public authorities, where we were supporting together different national authorities of the European Social Fund to learn from other European counterparts how they were concretely implementing measures for supporting the social economy. And recently, in the framework of the OECD Global Action, we ran 2 initiatives which were based exactly on that, on peer learning partnerships. The peer learning among, which means peers from various governments and countries were in a way organized in a path to achieve mutual learning together. And this is what I think this is one of the most powerful tools that there are, that one national ecosystem has in order to grow more quickly. Our first experience here was in early 2000s with Poland and the Polish ecosystem, and really also supported through the European Social Fund. It lasted several years, and it really, I think, helped the Polish to go from essentially just after the new system was in place, they started in building a completely new and flourishing ecosystem, essentially based with the mutual learning and learning a lot from the UK and from Italy and partially from France. Another point is we heard about is about social impact measurement. It's true, it's very important. There are suggestion ways, framework almost everywhere, internationally recognized metrics proposed by the United Nations and the OECD. That's great, but every ecosystem needs to find its own way. And this is a work that has to be done at national level, always, again, involving the social economy stakeholders. This is vital. I copy this, I copy and paste this verb from Mia. This is really vital for us to be involved. One very concrete example, KPIs. Very often the added value, social and economic value that social economy is able to bring is not necessarily, or almost never, included in the classic sets of KPIs that are usually thought and come from the classic enterprise sector. I'm speaking about the social added value. This is very difficult to measure, and very often financial institutions, they don't have them in their classic KPIs. Public policymakers, please help. Let's work together to include these KPIs. That is vital. And definitions for the sectors is a second pillar. It's really important that the social economy, social enterprise organizations are included, have a national definition, are included in the national policy framework. It's not always necessary to have a law, but it's necessary to be mentioned in the programs and in the policies. A law can take time, but is sometimes through bylaws or specific act from the government side. And here again, we have a lot of examples. It is possible to start supporting social economy in their various forms, but we need to have a definition. The European Commission set a perfect definition in the Social Economy Action Plan. Let's use that definition, and then let's include social economy within all the national policies. Last but not least, to unleash the potential of the proximity factor, the community. We know social economy businesses are community rooted. they are made by the people, they are human-based, and these are very important to also, they represent a huge asset that sometimes is not well exploited in economic terms. So this is very important to have more in mind from the policy side, the policymaker side, that we are based on our communities. And social, green, digital economy initiatives can flourish also in internal areas, rural areas, and can involve also disadvantaged group. This is the proximity factor. This is the community factor that, and there's a lot of examples that we have around. There is a full rural area agenda, long-term vision for rural areas from the European Commission. There, as Diesis, we are there as well, because what the European Commission calls the rural social economy is how the social economy business model can be useful as well to develop rural and internal areas in terms of employment, youth employment, but also cultural and green environment, tourism-based. So there's a lot of activities that where social economy can be helpful in developing economies in the rural and internal areas. A few last words regarding today's topic. I would not be able to attend the next panels, but
Luca, we have
also.
1 minute. 1 minute, yeah.
Okay. Yes, just to mention that we are working together on two very important, concrete areas of work that has already been mentioned. The social procurement with the bi-social initiatives that we have together. And the other one is the digital. We are about starting a new important project about how social tech entrepreneurs can use data-driven business models to develop. I stop here. I hope it was not too long and it was interesting and useful for all of you. Thank you very much, Victoria, for inviting me, and see you soon.
Ačiū, Luka, kad pasidalinote.
Thank you, Luca, for sharing your important insights and that your diocese network helps the Lithuanian ecosystem. Thank you for sharing news about the new project underway that will be continued to help social innovators employ innovations and digital innovations for a change. I think that very soon we will hear some more information on that. It is a very new project between different countries, and we will engage in many important activities in the framework of this project. Thank you once again, Luca. And now I would like to give the floor to Sara de Hersch, Director of the Social Economy Europe, who is working hard on the EU level to ensure that social economy action plan is effective and that the results can be seen both in member states and among social entrepreneurs. Social business is a huge part of a social economy, as has already been mentioned, and now I would like to give the floor to Sara.
For the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here, and great for putting me right after Mia and Luca, because I'm going to be talking about something in between. Yes, so I'm the Director of Social Economy Europe. It's really a pleasure to be here, also to be in contact with the Lithuanian reality and actors from Lithuania. I'm really looking forward to talking to you later. So what Social Economy Europe does, we are a network that federates the different social economy families, as we call them, because, as it has been mentioned, social economy is a very diverse economy. We have organizations such as associations, non-profit, foundations, cooperatives, mutuals, and social enterprises. And they work in very different ways, per se, and even more so in different countries with different legal contexts, but not only legal context, also historical and cultural context, and economic implementation in different countries. We can see that in different countries, the different types of these families will be more or less implemented. And what we do is that we federate all this diversity and we lobby for better regulations at European level. And as Luca said, we're social economy is bottom up, so we really federate the people from the national organization and different networks and to come together with coordinated actions. Without an organization like Social Economy Europe, there would not have been a social economy action plan. We've been working on this with all actors of social economy for decades. But so in all this diversity, what makes us a common? What makes the social economy? It's common values and principles that are enacted in businesses and associations. The main values, but there are more, but those are really the core ones, is really about putting the social objective before profit, of reinvesting the surplus and profits in this social objective, and also the democratic participation. These three elements are key for social economy. If one is missing, it's not social economy. It has been mentioned before, not only it's a diverse economy, but it functions in all sectors of activity. Social economies, some sectors have been mentioned already. We are in the food, we are in social services, we are in technology, we are in education and training, we are in culture and creative industries, housing, energy, name it. I think making arms military aspects is the only thing in which we are not, but maybe I'm wrong. Somewhere down the chain. Social economy has a vision also of economy that is embedded in society. It's not separate from society. It takes into account the impact of how one produces goods and services. So basically, it internalizes all the social aspects. And I believe that when we see the permanent crisis in which we are now in the social divide, we realize how important to have an economy that takes responsibility for its way of functioning. Decades of neoliberal policies have shown that the trickle-down effect has its limitations. If we want redistribution and solidarity, we have to aim for it. It can be the state, but it can be an enterprise as well. We've also seen that with the energy and the housing crisis more recently, that the capital market can be insensitive and can function, raising prices for economic greed while leaving society, families with big bills to pay, and actually destroying small enterprises who can no longer pay the offices and the energy that they need to do their business. So we need to rethink our economy and the way we function. It cannot only be the state, it also has to be at enterprise level, we believe. We often forget in all the discussions about social economy how innovative this ecosystem is. It has answers to many societal issues in the market economy. For example, it provides essential services that often the public is leaving more and more, unfortunately, and outsourcing. It provides jobs, it has been mentioned, to those that are left aside by the market. Let's think of people with disabilities, the NEETs, those who are neither in employment, education, or training, those who are stuck in long-term unemployment. Social enterprises were the first ones to create upcycling and recycling enterprises. Let's remember that. It also provides green energy to places that are more remote and for which it's not very interested for big companies to invest. It also provides mobility initiative led by communities in areas, once again, that are too remote for economic interest. And, because this is one of the topics of today, a social economy provides technological solutions that are more open source. They also provide examples of, like, for example, platform co-ops that are there to circumvent the negative effects of the major GAFAMs and to provide other solutions for the technology. But if we want these social enterprises to strive, because often there's this vision that they don't work, they're not solid enough, they don't know their business. No, it was mentioned, we also integrate social value. And these are not taken into account in our accountancy or in our taxation, or very little, just it's starting. So if we want to make a level playing field for social economy to strive, if we really want an economy that is more sustainable in terms of societal aspects, environmentally responsible, we need regulation to support that. And so Mia has said it, we need to work on regulation. This is what we do at a European level. Because in a world that has, where all the regulations, the taxations and all that have been designed for mainstream economy, which is profit-driven. And so, yes, we have this situation in which we internalize cost, environmental costs and societal costs, and they have a cost. They have an economic cost, and they have a huge social and added value in terms of social cohesion, in terms of democratic practices, and so on. And so it's a bit, we feel like for social economy, the rules that are there are unfair. And so how do we make a level playing field for social economy? Mia has mentioned it. There's a social economy action plan, and in this action plan that was only developed end of 2022, and which is supposed to unravel for 10 years, so really at the beginning of it. There are different aspects. The recommendations for council condition frameworks for social economy are a big part of it, because it's going to really lie as the European and the national level in terms of regulations. So I'm going to be talking about not very funky topics that are legal. Stay with me just for a few minutes, because if you're either working in policies or entrepreneurs, you will be interested in these. So what does it entail to make a level playing field for social economy? It means coordinated actions between the different levels of power, between the EU, the national, and the local part. Local being regional or cities, it depends on the size of the country. All levels have something to do, a role to play in the industrial policies. We have to take social economy into account in the industrial policies. We have to realize that this can support the industrial autonomy of Europe, because it empowers also citizens to be actors of this economy. We have to incorporate social economy in social policies. Social economy is a big pillar of social policies in social Europe. European level draws the social policies mainly through the European pillar of social rights. Sorry, I'm going to talk slower for the translator, sorry. Member states implement these social policies given their context, their social protection models, and so on. And sometimes some social services are provided at regional and local level by social enterprises also. Public procurement, social clauses, these are all aspects that can really support the development of social economy at local level. At EU level, there are already some quite good regulations. Social and environmental clauses can be improved, but what we see on the ground is more actually the local administrations that are a bit afraid of putting them into place, because they're afraid that it's going to go against competition law, which seems to be the biggest, most important one at European level. So it's really how do we educate administrations to put them into place. And then it has been said also, financial support. We need financial support at all levels, be it European level, national level, regional level, but also from the private sector, mainstream, or also from social economy, like foundations. At EU level, more specifically at EU and national level, we can implement and design adapted state aid support for social economy. We can develop adapted taxation models that are going to push for more social economy and more virtuous practices of our enterprises. And also we can strengthen, of course, social economy in the EU external agenda, cooperation with other countries. And also, it has been mentioned, training and education. We have to, people, students, young entrepreneurs have to know about social economy, where they're not going to go there. But also for consumers, I would say. And at EU level in particular, we believe that social economy has to be more mainstream through to support the green transition, and also in the small and medium enterprise and industrial strategies more clearly. So To implement the social economy action plan, Luca has said it, it's very important to have a dialogue, a strong dialogue between the actors, the policy makers, but also the actors on the ground and at all levels, from the local to the European. And we're acting more at the European level. Training and education, it happens in schools, it happens in trainings, but it's also about the society. What are the values that we are brought to, what do we learn about society? We don't often hear the fact that as a citizen, as a consumer, the act of buying is actually a political act. When we buy something, one product instead of another, we are encouraging some practices from enterprises. But often we don't know about the difference of, how was a product produced, under which conditions, and what impact it has on the environment. We rarely know. So there's also needs to be this encouragement of learning of the citizens of what it means to buy, what power that is actually. But we also have to provide our citizens with the adapted purchasing power, otherwise they have no choice and they can only go for the lower cost, and lower cost often means bad labor and a lot of externalities. So we also have to work with all enterprises, small, big, mini, and we have to collaborate the social economy enterprises and mainstream businesses to make sure that we work on a good ecosystem. I only have 1 minute left. So I want to talk about technology, but I won't. We'll do that another moment or during the car. To stay on this aspect, in times of geopolitical turmoil, it seems secondary to be thinking about all of these aspects. We're afraid for our peace, for our democracies. There's fake news that are just ramping all over the place, and our democracies are destabilized at their very own heart. So we need more than ever a strong social economy that supports society and democracy. And for that, Social Economy Europe bridges national and EU and local level to make sure that social economy initiatives can blossom at grassroots level, and so that social enterprises and associations can blossom to their full potential. We're there to work with this. We want to work more and more also with Lithuania and all the national organizations. We are present in most of the countries, but we're also working right now, and this is just a momentum, but it's really important. We are working with the Commission and with the European Commission, European Parliament, and also the European Economic and Social Committee. Right now, there is a huge thing at stake. It's the social economy intergroup. Every legislation, there's only 30 intergroups, and I hear that this year even less. Last legislation, there was a request for almost 200 intergroups. If we don't have the social economy intergroup, it's going to be difficult to maintain social economy high on the agenda. So we need all of you, entrepreneurs, but also political decision makers in Lithuania to support the social economy intergroup. Talk to your groupings, to your parties, and make sure this happens so that we can continue to have a strong social and growing social economy ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for all your work, your organization. Ačiū, Sarah, už visą.
Thank you, Sarah, for all your contribution of yours and your organization. We will further discuss ways to strengthen our cooperation, but since we are running out of time, I am rushing to introduce one of our members of our association, and it's a representative present today. Ms. Solveiga Ratkevičiūtė, the community leader at large Vilnius community and representative of the social enterprise Lobių dirbtuvės or Treasures Workshop, who will tell us about the challenges that they had to deal with, what is needed for their social business, everything that is necessary at the strategic level from a very practical point of view. So please, Solveiga, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to take part in this event. Thank you, Victoria, for extending the invitation. So today I will share with you the experience of large community Vilnius and the experience of our social enterprise called Lobio Dirbtuvės, and at the same time review the situation in Lithuania. Oh, I'm sorry, some technical problems on the slide. Well, anyway, so our community is aimed at integrating people with intellectual disability. We are trying to provide the space for people with such disabilities. We are part of a large community that has been in existence for the past 60 years. We are members of this community that the community unites about 160 members from 37 countries. So I would like to now show you a small video that cannot be interpreted, and then I will continue.
Aha, man reikia pagalbos. Ar galit padėti? Padėjai? Gerai, tai kol sprendžiame techninės problemas.
Well, until technical problems are resolved, let me tell you more about the large Vilnius community. We are an alternative to institutionalized care. Our community is based on friendship and mutuality. We do not only provide assistance, but we are also ensuring care and assistance, and we share lives. Our community demonstrates that people with intellectual disabilities can lead their lives with dignity and be full-fledged members of society. The model of our community is based on those kinds of principles that contribute to changing our lives and the lives of our members. It is the kind of model that makes sure that everyone is felt valued. And this year, Vilnius large community is going to celebrate its 20th anniversary. Let me also tell you about another important initiative of ours, which is social enterprise Lobio Dirbtuvės. It's an enterprise where people with intellectual disabilities are creating woodwork, handmade woodwork. And it is not only about a business, but also about providing an opportunity for people with intellectual disabilities to feel part of society. Our social business not only engages people with disabilities in the labor market, but also ensures a change of attitudes in societies. The people that are working there are not only people with intellectual disabilities, but they are also creators, and make sure that their work also receives recognition in society. I would very much invite you to look up our website on betata.lt, where you will find many things that our members are producing at the workshops, starting from wooden beds, ending with terrace wooden planks and so on. So a lot of things can be made from wood. So I invite you to look up our website and see what we are producing. I believe we will not be able to show the video, but the association is informing us that they will share our video. So much about our social enterprise. And by the way, you can see on this picture some of the wooden lanterns that we have been producing, handmade once again. So when it comes to the general approach towards social enterprise, it is very important to review the situation in Lithuania. Certainly, I will be speaking on behalf of an association that provides social services, such as care. So, among the key challenges that we have to deal with, and many social entrepreneurs that are taking place in today's event will tell you that, and that is funding, which is fragmented. Each social enterprise has to adapt to the funding specificities and sometimes even change their activities in order to receive public funding. Quite recently, we met with the members of the Lithuanian Social Business Association, and we would discuss those issues. And our joint proposal when it comes to social services would be to make sure that the funds are associated with an individual that is to receive social services from a social enterprise. Which means that this will make sure that the quality of services is improved, because it will be up to the people to choose where to get those social services. So this would not only ensure higher quality of services, but also ensure a better response to the demand of social services. And public procurement is another area, another problematic area, because this is the kind of field that does not reflect well on our businesses. I do understand that we are discussing the same issues every year, but I hope that the decision makers will be able to finally listen to those issues. And red tape is another key issue. In some municipalities, financial reports are being produced in a Microsoft Word format. That's one of the issues. I hope that that those municipalities will reach higher technological level, because social businesses are the ones that are bringing technology to the communities closer. But yet we are forced to deal with municipalities that are not technologically progressive. And political will is another thing that is missing from our decision makers. I also wanted to touch upon another key aspect. So, what is necessary impact or necessity of a social business? Very often when we meet with the local officials, we are being informed that there's no need for certain social services, that the municipalities are not aware of the need for particular social services. Well, very often the recipients of social services are unaware of the possibility to receive and get certain social services because they never had the chance to try those services. So they never expressed the need for social services to their local officials. We're also providing transport services to those in need, and this is also a very practical example. Once we offered certain services within one municipality, the municipality was somehow not satisfied with the services that we have provided, and they requested that we introduce a certain registration form. So this only made the situation worse. So we do have these kinds of issues that we still need to address. I believe that when it comes to the question which comes first, the impact or the need for social services from the social enterprises, I believe both interplay here. Certainly, we would like to focus on measuring the impact of social enterprises. So I hope that all the NGOs and other enterprises that produce their impact, their activity reports, transform those reports into impact reports. And finally, quite recently, we have been visited by representatives of other social enterprises within our own, and what we noticed was that dialogue between the different stakeholders is still missing. So over the 10 years of our experience, I hope that some of the insights of mine will help to strengthen this dialogue. So first of all, I believe that those that are making use of those services must be able to express their opinion. So during the meeting with the officials, for instance, in our case, let's say, we bring a person with disabilities in such meetings to inform the municipality of the need of certain services that we provide, because sometimes the municipalities treat us as those who are willing to get something useful for them as opposed to their client. Another recommendation would be, if you're using some kind of technology that is difficult to introduce to local municipalities or institutions, my advice would be draft your own plan as to how this social service would be represented on the local budget. That is, how much the municipality would save in terms of using your service as opposed to providing that service on its own. So it is very important to show the importance of the services that you provide in numbers, because municipalities are always about budgets. And certainly it's very important to communicate clearly your impact, use very specific examples, measure your impact, and certainly do not forget to assess the social impact. And certainly be flexible, make use of the technologies available, and be innovative. So, in conclusion, I would like to stress that social enterprises have huge potential to build positive impact in society. However, to use that impact, we must ensure greater partnership between social enterprises and public institutions. And this is something that is still obviously missing in Lithuania. We have to work together in order to build a sustainable and integrated society where everyone, irrespective of their disability or social status, is able to fulfill their full potential. Let's make use of the technologies in order to assess our everyday challenges. Thank you.
Ačiū Solveiga. Ačiū.
Thank you, Solveiga, and thank you all the speakers of this first session. Soon we're about to have a coffee break, and our association is a bridge joining institutions and those organizations who work in practice. And those organizations often speak different languages, and we are a bridge to connect those different institutions to achieve our common goals. And we want to build a better future, and we want to translate it into action. And I listened to your presentations, and you mentioned dialogue and the importance of it. It has to be a grassroots initiative. It has to come from people. And after the forum, we'll prepare the recommendations for policymakers, because in 1 month, Lithuania will hold the elections to the new parliament, and we're about to start a new institutional cycle in Lithuania. So we'll prepare the recommendations, and we'll come up with a way to make it formal, because as members of parliaments change, they may also change their opinion regarding the implementation of our recommendations. And my second observation that aligns with our vision, it is important that the development of social business is included into the financial documents of the EU and into our national strategy plans, because we have to assess the real situation, and we see that sometimes it's a challenge to access the financing. And we see a strong political will at the EU level to make those to make that aid accessible to for businesses. And I would like to thank everyone for your insights. And let's take a coffee break, and let's meet in this very room for the second session at 10 past in 10 minutes.
Okay, in English. So this is great.
Yes, of course.
This is back from last year's photo wall.
Okay.
So our social entrepreneurs made this bag
Okay. Okay.
At least it sounds like specify that it should be.
Oh, sure, again. Okay, sorry.
You're always in the right place, you know?
Oh, not really.
I believe we will do
Yeah.
just fine.
I mean, if just the half of the people showing up today will download the playbook,
Yes.
we're already on a good way.
Okay, we have to take our seats.
Yes.
The second panel is starting.
All right, perfect.
Good luck for everyone.
We will see you, rooting for you.
Jau pradedame antrą sesiją, prašom.
Please be seated. We continue with session 2 of the forum.
We are starting second sessions. Please. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Žinau, kad šiandien turim pabaigti. Ne, juokauju. Turim iki, primink man, iki pirmos.
Ta prasme, pirmo viskas baigė. Nes po pirmos 5 apačioje ministras ateis mums pokalbį.
Jo. Nu, taip. Visai kaip panelistas. Jo.
Čia sėdėsime, tau rodysim apie 5 minutės, kai liks dar jau.
Jo. When you push the button, you can...
Everyone who needs translation, you can have headsets there at the corner. Sveiki visi sugrįžę, sveiki.
Welcome back to the session. Now let us continue our forum. And in the second session, we will be discussing the ways in which social innovation and technology innovation ecosystems can be brought together to address the most pressing societal challenges. This session will be presented by the moderator Mantas Vilys, director of the Lithuanian Innovation Center.
We continue in Lithuania now. Sprendžiam lingvistinius klausimus, kurie iš...
We are actually discussing on which language to choose for the moderation of this session, but we chose Lithuanian because this is the language dearest to us. I'm Mantas Vilys. Welcome after the coffee break. I represent the Lithuanian Innovation Center. Today I will be moderating session 2 of the forum. I'm trying to switch from English into Lithuanian. It takes some time. This session is dedicated to a very important phenomenon, to explore the synergies and connections of phenomena and ecosystems that are on the one hand connected, on the other hand live their own life, initiate different activities and have specific missions. And we will try to be more practical in this session in exploring issues with our partners from Europe. Before presenting the panelists of session 2, I would like to briefly develop on my motivation towards this session and present the context. I was asked to moderate this session. I tried to see the difference and similarities between those two systems. And bypassing the Modern Art Center in Vilnius, I saw the inscription on the building saying that every one of us is an artist, and artists know that. And in this context, I'm trying to rephrase the statement or mantra. I must say that every entrepreneur is a social entrepreneur, but only social entrepreneurs know it. In our innovation center, we work with innovation, research, and we work with social businesses. And for them, social business phenomenon is a new one. And we meet so many active entrepreneurs working for 10 and more years who reach a certain stage in their business and start thinking of the meaning of this business and start thinking on the transfer of this business to another group of people. And the social mission appears on the agenda. And in many cases, businesses become social businesses by developing a social mission and having a wider context. And I have the feeling that social entrepreneurship and social business is on the agenda of every entrepreneur, but not all of them know or are aware of the need. But some arrive at this conclusion later, earlier, others later. This session, on the one hand, is based on international experience and some practical results in searching for practices, activities, modes of action that would promote the synergy of both ecosystems in addressing different challenges. This is the aim of the session. And moving forward to the panelists, I would like to introduce them. I'm very happy that in this event, we managed to attract people representing different experiences, representatives of different institutions who will share their experience. And I also wish for some interaction here. So if you are interested, you could be active in asking questions and share your views. So be open to ask questions. We have here representatives from Italy, Germany, and we have representatives from other countries as well. So if you have any ideas or want to make an intervention, please be free to do that. Political declarations and promises are important, but the practical side of this is equally significant. So if you see a need of an intervention or a question, feel free to raise your hand. We have interpretation into Lithuanian and English languages, so I hope we will manage to do that. Now, I want to move to the panelists who will share the experience. First, we are having Clara Daphna, project manager from Steinbeis Europa Centrum. She's a very active person in innovation ecosystem, not only in Germany, but also in Europe. And it will be very interesting to hear the practices that she can hear. We also have Vivian Reiner, who represents a social enterprise, Grunhof EV. She's a senior program manager at this association, and she's managing practical initiatives. We also have Nicola Doppio from Trentino, Innovation Hub Foundation in Italy, who is very active with businesses, science institutions, with some methodological and practical experiences to be shared. We also have Jolita Butkienė, director of the social enterprise Būk su manimi in Lithuania, Eliza Poletti, president of the social enterprise Cooperativa Alpi from Italy. It is a pleasure to have you, and we have one participant or panelist who has joined us online, Nicholas Walter, founder of the social enterprise Hilver in Germany. It is a pleasure to have you here. Technologies allow us to do this. So this was the list of the panelists who will present their visions and also will be ready to answer your questions if you have some. During the first sessions, we were able to learn about the new initiatives, the situation in Lithuania. This was a wider outlook, but I'm also interested in practical experience of Germany, Italy, and I would like to ask Clara, could you speak on how social enterprise system works in Germany or in your region? What is the status quo of social enterprises? What is your experience in working with social enterprises? Is there any difference between social enterprises and mainstream enterprises or innovators in Germany? So the floor is yours, Clara.
Okay, thank you very much, Mantas. I'm very happy to represent Steinbeis Europa Centrum here. It was presented earlier in the introductory round by our CEO, Petra Püchner. So we are an active player in the tech innovation ecosystem, but we've also implemented some previous projects in the social innovation ecosystem. Some colleagues of mine, they have performed a study in 2018, a qualitative analysis looking at over 100 social innovations, and they found that social innovation mostly emerges when heterogeneous players from different spheres are getting in contact, from the economic, the scientific, the social sphere. And A very important finding was also that the connection between the social innovators and the technology sector were quite rare. And if they were established or if they occurred, it was mostly through chance encounters or through personal relationships. So we really saw that there is a need for a format to interlink these two innovation ecosystems, and also to have a chance for the social innovators to have more access to technological or digital solutions and also consultations. We also realized, due to these analyses and further projects, that due to the specific requirements of social innovation, the innovation management and also the consultation needs to be adapted, and that this knowledge on the specific needs for social entrepreneurs must be spread among the traditional business support organizations. As Mantas mentioned, just that at some point every business starts to think about their social mission. So it's really important that this is integrated in the general consultation of businesses.
Thank you. To push the right button is important. Dėkui.
Thank you for this intervention. It is very important to learn more things and to orient the support structure towards social businesses. And I would like to move on to another experience from Germany, from Grunhof EV Association's perspective. Vivian, could you please elaborate on how your institution works? What kinds of social businesses are you working with? What are your practices in your region?
Yes, thank you. Grünhof is a support organization for social entrepreneurs and businesses in the southwest of Germany. And we offer a variety of programs for them. So from the very start, when people have like just their first ideas on maybe just perceiving a social problem and wanting to do something about it, we offer consultation for them for free. After first hours of consultation, they can also join whole programs where they are staying with us for several months, running through a specialized course for social organizations, which will teach them how to come up with a stable and sustainable business structure, as well as a model for their impact management. And this has just the aim to equip social entrepreneurs with the skills to really run businesses that work in the long time. One specialty about our organization is that we not only support social entrepreneurs, so private people from the civic engagement, a lot of bottom-up organizations, but we also support social intrapreneurs, which we call personalities from big welfare organizations, for example, who want to come up with a new project within their already established organization. And we see that this is really important to foster the idea and the workings of social innovation, the focus on impact that organizations have, to really implement that in big organizations as well. Yes, and that's what we do.
I dare to ask one question, or call an extra question in English also. As you defined well that the Grünhof is like a specific location where the services, infrastructure, advice, and the network meets. So I guess that's the recipe for success, because my feeling is that not only the funding is needed for the social enterprise to kick off and to evolve, but the connectivity to the peers, to the network, feels to be an important element. Could you elaborate a bit, like, also it's curious, like, to be part of the program, social entrepreneur with the idea, does it need to have, I don't know, some particular, I don't know, an agreement of funding or some specific rules to be part of the program? So how this works? I mean, like, if I'm a social entrepreneur with the idea in the region, how can I enroll, and is there any conditions and so on? Because now from the innovation, regular innovation ecosystem, I see the accelerators, the incubators that kind of follow the process of this, but like, is there a peculiarity, specificity of the social entrepreneurs a bit in your case? And what are the starting challenges of the social entrepreneur when they enroll? Is it like, what are the first bottlenecks or the challenges that you help them to address in your service package, so to speak?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. That's one very important element that I forgot to mention, that Grünhof not only programs and advice and consulting for organizations, but we of course also have a big network, which also includes a co-working space where social entrepreneurs can get just a working space for free, which we find to be really helpful, especially in the early stages when you're not having a regulated income, to just have a space where you can set yourself up. And we are lucky enough to have our organization in a huge network of startups. So it's not only social startups. Our location where we are, like the place and our offices, are within a network of regular startups, or like the more classical startup environment, which really helps social entrepreneurs to foster their network, to really get in touch with all kinds of entrepreneurs, and it helps to diffuse the borders a little bit, I would say. Yes, and of course, one of our biggest aims is also to connect the entrepreneurs of all stages. So people who just come to us with a very first idea, they'll be able to speak to people who have been with us for several years. They meet in the co-working space. And I think this is really helpful for everybody. So even the seniors can learn from the young people who might be closer to the actual needs in the society, to the practitioners. Yes, so this is very helpful. The second part of your question was what's special about the social entrepreneurs that come to us. Well, the first thing that you really have to find out when people come up to you is whether their personality or the team that they already have really fits to building up a business. So it's you have to bring on some characteristics, or just the spirit to really endure a really long process. As we've mentioned 1,000 times today, funding or access to funding is really, really hard, also in the beginning. So you have to be a really resilient person in order to put up with that. Yes, and that's probably one of the first things we check. And after that, our programs are very similar to the incubators and accelerators you might know from classical startup consulting. So yeah, it's a process where you first try to match your idea to the actual need, try to find out if that is working, and after that to fit your product or your service to the market. And yeah, if they pass all these tests, they are ready, and we'll get also consulting on the legal forms, which is in Germany really hard to find the correct legal form for your social endeavor, because we are kind of this hybrid thing sometimes with business elements and also the social impact elements, and it's hard to find a fitting legal form for that. This is why entrepreneurs need special help in coming up with one.
Thank you so much for sharing this. The last bit that I would like to touch upon a bit quickly, what is the role of the regional government or the public, context in your program in your institutional setup? Does the government or the regional government play some role?
Yes, in Germany we're lucky enough to have, over the last decade, the whole ecosystem of social entrepreneurs has gained a lot of momentum, so we are lucky that policies are finally coming into place, which is the result of social entrepreneurs really voicing their needs for special support, and also the efforts of support organizations like Grünhof that are being heard by policymakers. Finally, as we've seen in one of the preceding speakers was mentioning, we have recently established a national strategy for social innovation, which is really a huge leap forward. It was just established in September of last year. And this is the first thing, or the first government policy that really comes up with certain needs and measures or initiatives to really cover those needs. We have in the very beginning of that, and I think my colleague Florian is going to talk a little bit more about that in session 4. But yes, so on the national level, we're quite far. Below that, on the really local level, it's really dependent on who is in charge, what are the personal preferences of the policymakers. And in Freiburg, where we are located, we're lucky enough to have the support of the city, who is helping us out with the location where we are at. So we are connected to the local support organization for economics. So this has been really helpful.
Thank you so much. Dėkui labai už detalę.
Thank you very much for an in-depth overview as to what is going on in Freiburg and in Germany in general, and how private initiatives are joining efforts in order to assist social enterprises in furthering their development. So this brings me now to Italy, and I wonder what is happening there, maybe both at the national and regional level. Are social enterprises being developed? Are they being supported in Italy? So I would like to ask this question to Nicola, and the institution he represents. An institution that is developing a social business ecosystem in Italy. So how does this ecosystem look like in Italy? And perhaps let's focus even deeper on the Trentino region. What are the main challenges that you're dealing? What are the specificities there? What are the initiatives that are best effective? So please, Nicola, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mantas. Thank you, everyone, to be here today. First of all, I'm very honored to be here today at the Lithuanian Parliament. This is the House of Democracy. And today, you know, democracy is facing unexpected hurdles, and its very underpinning values are questioned unexpectedly. So I think we should do more to, you know, face those challenges all together as a unique European people, because we are and we will be more and more a unique European people. And I believe that projects like Positive, besides delivering fabulous deliverables and technical work, they really help us building this perception and awareness that we are a unique people. So thank you all, everyone. And let's do more of this. Okay, so I work at HIT, Hub Innovazione Trentino. We are a foundation for technology and knowledge transfer. So we deal with technology, okay? Our job is to connect researchers in Trentino with companies and more recently with public administrations. We are a small region, actually. We are a province, 500,000 people overall located in between the Alps, north of Italy. Great locations for vacations, so consider coming over, visit us. So we deal with technology. Our job is really to make it possible to have companies using research results, so licensing in intellectual property such as patents, We make it possible for researchers to create R&D collaborations with businesses, typically large enterprises, and we help them, accessing European funding. We create the conditions for having more startups and more spin-offs from the university and from the research centers that were established over the years in Trentino. So social innovation and social businesses is something quite new to us, because we usually deal with, manufacturing companies, biotech companies that can incorporate technology into their own products and processes. So we need to find a way to explore how to support also, social businesses, again, in, benefiting from technology. Today we will tell you more about how we made it possible. We have, designed and launched new formats that are, by the way, replicable in other locations. But we knew that we had to do something, because cooperatives, at least in Trentino, they are a big part of the local GDP. 10% of the GDP is produced by cooperatives, okay, which is quite a lot. If you open that up, you find very different things inside. We have, of course, social cooperatives, which were typically established some 40 years ago, sometimes in the midst of the 80s. With the purpose of filling the gap that the public administration would leave when it would come to support special groups, people with special needs, disabled, older adults, and so forth. But then besides social cooperatives, we also have production cooperatives, like food production cooperatives. We have an entire sector about apples production and wine production, very good wine, by the way. So that's another reason to come over to Trentino. So we had to do something, especially with social cooperatives. And that is also why we launched a memorandum of understanding with the Federation of the Cooperatives in Trentino. And Project Positive that we are talking about today really fits into this overall, strategy. But I personally, I had a very positive bias when it comes to collaborating with social cooperatives and social enterprises, because in the past I've been involved a lot in living labs. Living labs is quite a wide concept, but basically it involves making it possible for citizens and stakeholders in a territory to participate to the creation of innovation, so new products, new services, new processes, especially that can impact on people. And we really reached out to social cooperatives for involving citizens, like older adults, into these R&D processes that would otherwise have been impossible for us as a technology entity to directly link with those groups. And at that time, I really found a wish to get out from their comfort zone and to really moving into this research and innovation work. And recently, thanks to this project, we teamed up with Trentino Social Tank, which is another cooperative based in Trentino that make available also innovation support services. And that allowed us really to create a new proposition to impact also in this sector. And again, it worked, so I can tell you more later about that. It worked very well. And again, I found this entrepreneurial mindset and also intrapreneurial mindset in social cooperatives. So lots of people with also creativity, going back to the art, thing. So lots of people with this will to to go the extra mile, to really generate an impact with their own within their own jobs and with their work. So you don't really find anybody with a 9-to-5 mindset into, at least in my experience, the social cooperatives. And this is typically of small and medium enterprises that we have, especially in northern Italy, northeast Italy. So it's about entrepreneurship, but directed to generate a social impact, and that's a very good asset that we have. Of course, we have also probably some challenges or opportunities to to explore. Again, SMEs, they are agile, they move fast. But on the other side, being small sometimes can be can bring barriers when it comes to investing and also establishing cross-border relations with larger parties. So probably this sector will have to go through a growth process in the future to benefit the most from technology and also from the results that all the investments in research and innovation that has been done in Trentino so far. Thank you.
Thank you. You spoke very beautifully about social businesses and entrepreneurs. I'm very happy to have such businesses here. If you have any question, remark, or want to share experience from another country in promoting social entrepreneurship, in providing specialized services, please be free to do that. In our panel, we have representatives of social businesses. They take part in our initiatives and practical events that will be discussed further. But I'm very interested to get to know them better, to learn about the challenges, specific features of their work that seem to be important and could be a starting point for looking for cooperation. Maybe we could ask Elisa Poletti to comment. She represents Cooperativa Alpi. Could you present in brief your social business that you represent, the challenges that are important, that you see as important, and that you can see in different events and in the projects such as Positive?
Thanks for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Elisa Poletti and I'm the president of the Cooperative Alpi. I think that maybe it can be useful to know better our organization, also to compare difference from country. We are based in Trento, a small city in the north of Italy, and we are structured as a social cooperative. And this is a particular characteristic of our organization because we have an aim that is defined by the law. And we have to pursue the general interest of the community in the human development and the social integration of the citizens. Then every cooperative can choose what type of activity can do, but the mission has to be defined very clearly. For example, Alpi offers employment integration programs since 1990. We serve as a hub with a complex network of organizations, no-profit, but also public entities and healthcare services. And most important, individuals who want to be or to become workers. The goal of our cooperative is quite simple. We want to train and support vulnerable people in a work integration path that could lead them until a real work in the labor market. When I speak about people with vulnerable people, I'm referring to people with a disability, people that have an addiction, people that were in jail, or also young people that have mental disease or social disadvantages. For all that people, Alpi can provide a special integration path. Over this year, we have integrated in our organization more than 800 people, and of these, the 60% have now a regular job. This is the social mission of the cooperative, but we need also an economic activity to be sustainable. And for this reason, we have three main sectors. We design and product fashion accessorize, for example, bags, wallet, and backpacks. We have a brand, the name is Radio Upcycling. If you want, we can take a look on our website. We sell bags all over Europe. And for the production, we use reclaimed textile material, such as upholstery fabrics, shoe components, but also advertising banners, in a logic of upcycling and the circular economy. We have another sector, the refurbishment, sanitization, delivery, and collection of healthcare heads throughout the province of Trento. For example, if a family needs wheelchairs, a bed, or other equipment, stuff, we can provide them along all the province. And finally, we assembly and packaging mechanical and manufacturing components on behalf of third parties. We work a lot for the automotive sector, for example. As I mentioned earlier, the cooperative has been active for over 30 years in a region that, as Nicola described, is considered quite advanced, also in terms of technological development, but also in terms of social enterprises. We have a lot of organization and we reach a lot of needs. I think that now the challenges and the opportunity that could permit to our sector to grow are connected to the interconnection between the technological ecosystem and the social ecosystem. When I speak of that, I imagine a real contamination, not only a superficial. A contamination that could allow our organization to seize all the opportunities that come from the technological aspect and the digitalization. I'm referring to process optimization. For example, all the process that could consent the reduction of time spent on bureaucratic tasks and that divert the attention from care and support of the individual. For example, I think at an operator who has to record a lot of meetings, who has to fill in a lot of documents to describe how is the evolution of a work integration path. Obviously, there are activities connected to the work, but this activity divert the attention from the core business of the organization, care and the support of vulnerable people. I think also that another challenge is connected to the enhancement of data and information between social and technological ecosystem, because maybe in this way we can build a sort of scientific basis to promote a new business model. In Italy, for example, we have a lot of organizations, but a lot of them are based on a financial head. Maybe now it's time to think on something different, and this type of contamination could help. Naturally, this raises important ethical consideration also about privacy, because we speak about data and we speak about sensitive data, and maybe also the discussion between technological system and social system as to focus on how to manage this type of data.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ačiū labai už.
Thank you for this intervention, for allowing us to understand your activities. I see certain similarities with the Lithuanian sector, but I see certain patterns that also apply in our sector in Lithuania. And let's move to another social initiative. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Nicholas Walter, who's a representative of social enterprise Hilver from Germany. Could you please elaborate on your activities and the value that your social enterprise creates. Additionally, opportunities for collaboration with colleagues here. The floor is yours.
Okay. Now I do the English quick introduction. So yeah, we're super glad to have Nicholas Walter with us today virtually. So the question to you, could you elaborate a bit what the Hilver does? What are the challenges and opportunities you see for the evolution? How did you start it? What process you went through? Did you collaborate it with the ecosystems, social enterprise ecosystems, innovation ecosystems on your pathway? Yeah, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, hello. So first of all, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, so my name is Nicholas. I'm the co-founder of Hilver. And Hilver in general is a digital platform which is designed to empower all the adults to remain independent by connecting them with local volunteers for everyday tasks. So on all, Hilver is managed by municipalities or independent organizations, and it helps to build these helper communities and to streamline all requests from people in need. So for example, we help elderly people to do their grocery shopping or small repair work in their house, like changing a light bulb, and thus helping people to stay longer in their house. Our app is free for all users, which is very important for us, and only the municipalities or organizations are paying a monthly fee for the administration. With our platform, we can either create completely new communities, or we can enhance existing structures like associations or neighborhood helping groups. You asked about some challenges we had, and one of the main challenges we had when working with municipalities is that in Germany, municipalities are required to prioritize mandatory services over voluntary ones. And social welfare, unfortunately, falls under voluntary services. And this means that municipalities can only invest in social services after fulfilling all of their mandatory obligations, which limits a bit our ability to expand in certain areas. And we would really hope to see that the social welfare is considered as a mandatory service in the future to enable us a more broader and more consistent support for these communities. What is very interesting is that our biggest challenge is really not to find engaged users. Most of the time, it's very easy to find engaged users, and all of them seem to love it. It's more about convincing communities and organizations to provide and invest more in social services. And we have the feeling that social services often are viewed as something with lower priority, which makes authorities a bit reluctant to allocate sufficient funding compared to other services. And here would be very nice if the people in charge would see social tech more as an investment in community well-being and in the increasement of the quality of life. When talking about the opportunities, we see that communities and municipalities who use our system, they see significant benefits in the first year, such as increased participation and improved quality life for all their citizens. And I think these early successes help us to persuade also other communities to invest more in their social sector. And here it would be very nice if just more communities help to understand the value for their citizens. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much for sharing it. Maybe a quick extra question on finding the pathway in the evolution of the business. What networks, what services, what other things you used as a social enterprise, as the entrepreneur in the region or beyond, to get this recipe work? I mean, for the social enterprise. I mean, like, did you use some advisory services, or you participated in some, programs and so on? What did you find useful in order to make this happen?
Yes, so we strongly work together with Grünhof and Dikalab, so also Vivian and Clara. And this was very nice to elaborate the whole concept on Hilver. And it was a one-year project, also funded from the European. And in this year, we could really elaborate how we could do this. We had this concept in mind, and we wanted to do the technical innovation for that and the technical part. And this was very important to bring this concept into life. And this project now is 2 years ago, or 2.5. And we are having now 15 communities who are actually using this concept. And we are seeing really the fruits of this concept we made there in the DCARE lab. And the whole network and also the cooperation with Grünhof really helped us there to expand and get our first users.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Ačiū labai, tikrai smalsu sužinoti tą procesą.
Thank you. It is very interesting to know this creative process where every social enterprise faces. And we all have to withstand those challenges, overcome those challenges, and to make use of the opportunities offered. It will be interesting to hear about the Lithuanian initiative. We have a representative here from this initiative, Jolita Butkienė. Would you like to speak on your activities? Your activities might not be that easy. What is your recipe towards sustainability?
Good afternoon once again. I would like to clarify. I represent the social enterprise Būk or Be With Me. We are working at the in the Latvian-Lithuanian border area. We are working with textile and repurposing it. Well, we're basically producing new things from old textile. We have a varied assortment from tote bags to anything that can be produced basically from textile. The problem that we encountered was when Lithuanian residents started looking up us from all sorts of regions in the country. They learned about our efforts in circular economy, and they wanted to hand over certain things for us to repurpose them. So once we left to other towns, we realized that we find it difficult to orient ourselves. You know, as it's usually the case when you visit some unknown places. So we realized that by using certain location-based systems, we find it difficult to find certain places without any assistance. So we realized that we had to take part in the positive initiative so that we would be able to find the most effective route to those areas of destination. Because whenever we need to cover, let's say, 300 kilometers a day, it is very cost-ineffective. That's why when we decided to approach positive initiative, we passed the selection process and we received some new insights. It didn't seem such a huge problem at all, apparently. And then again, we received mentors and advice, all of which opened up some new opportunities for us. On the one hand, it seems that you are aware of the colleagues that are working in the field, but whenever they talk to you, you realize that the communication can go both ways. Each of us can offer something useful for one another. So we managed to solve our issue, and we realized that a particular route can be developed that would be cost-effective for us. But whenever we had to work on our own, we encountered additional difficulties. Apparently, whenever residents file a registration form available on Google, we have to enter the route manually in the app produced for us. The app was discovered by students, but whenever we need to enter an address, it's really difficult, again, to come up with the most effective route. Certainly, we managed to reduce the costs, but it was not possible to do that simply by just one click, so to say. There was certainly some more room for improvement, and this is something that we have started working on. I believe that the system that we are using could be used not only in our case, but in general in any country where they could use the same system and apply to solve similar issue. Thank you, Lita. Apparently, the scale of activities is definitely relevant for any social enterprise. Trying something new with your local communities is definitely something that encounters certain issues whenever you try to scale up your activities. So it is important to ensure a homogeneous scaling up of your activities, which is not that easy to do. And you've mentioned some practical ways of addressing your issues, and this is just our one step into discussing the positive initiative. It is positive on the one side, but the key word, positive initiative, is being used as a tool to approach the challenges faced by social enterprises and address them in order to come up of solutions that are sustainable. This at the same time helps us to transition to another discussion as to how we can assist social enterprises by using the traditional support systems, by invoking the university students, let's say, and finding some cost-effective solutions, as exemplified by Jolita. But this is also part of a larger initiative, one that is being implemented not only at the Lithuanian but also at the European level, as we look into some of the issues faced by social enterprises in a more systemic way. And so the positive initiative is meant to address the issues that social enterprises are dealing with. And I would like to take the opportunity and ask Clara as to what was the beginning of positive initiative and why did you come up with this initiative. So could you please present this initiative?
Okay, thank you very much, Mantas. So previously I mentioned that we realized at Steinbeis Europazentrum this need for new formats for social innovators to access digital and technological solutions and to have a connection to the technology sector. And we, besides that, we also participated in another project some years ago called 200 SME Challenges, along with the Trentino Innovation Hub and with the Lithuanian Innovation Center and 4 other innovation agencies. And during this project, we were then also implementing prize-driven open innovation challenges across 7 European countries. So this was like competitions over a few days where students were solving digital challenges of companies. And so we thought that this could then be a good format to actually interlink the 2 innovation ecosystems. And so we thought about, we had this project idea to adapt this concept of open innovation challenges to social innovators. And for this project idea, we again teamed up with our former partners from Lithuania and from Italy, and we looked for further partners in the same regions in the social innovation ecosystem, so that we could implement these activities or implement these challenges that we termed positive impact challenges in the 3 different countries with different contexts for social innovation. Besides these positive impact challenges, we also included in our project another part on, and we developed social innovation trainings, especially targeting traditional consultants, business consultants. So this is also in line with what the mayor told previously about this Interact project that just started. So we already developed within our project a social innovation training toolkit, so maybe they can make use of that. And our project was, we received the funding from Horizon Europe, European Innovation Ecosystem, and the project started then last year in February and is now about to finish. And so this is a really great opportunity for us to be here and to present our results.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you. Innovators in the context of social entrepreneurship and technologies were very impatient, ambitious, were looking for solutions. Initiative Positive that was presented in a wider sense tried to make this process more systematic and include more stakeholders. We started this initiative in several regions, Italy, Germany, and Lithuania, and we also tried to use classical incentives for social entrepreneurship that are used by mainstream business in order to make this process of addressing challenges more regular, more systematic, and based on needs, and not based on analysis of technologies. In order to satisfy the needs of businesses, we had to analyze the specific needs of social businesses in order to immediately meet them. And we developed methodology for that, and we try to adapt it in the context of social enterprise. And I would like to ask Nicola to speak about the ways those methodologies could be used by social entrepreneurs, and how could it be further used in Lithuania and in other countries. Nicola, the floor is yours.
I'm so glad I'm here because we are so aligned as partners. We've been spending not only time into this project, but also in a previous project that Clara mentioned methodologically and also in terms of goals. So yes, we've been using this methodology of open innovation challenges. What is open innovation? Another technical word here, but it's basically about creating the conditions for organizations, companies, but beyond companies to innovate along with people and organizations that stay outside of the boundaries of the organization. Because the idea is that not all the smart people works for you. Okay, so organizations need to find ways to capture contributions, ideas from outside their perimeters to innovate. And we have been experimenting with short-term formats of open innovation in Trentino to foster the adoption of these approaches within our companies, and especially to do that, to do open innovation, not necessarily with other companies, but with researchers, which is even, harder challenge, because researchers not necessarily are interested in innovation. They're interested in scientific work, in publishing papers. So often there are, disalignment, mismatch of purposes. But we've been doing a lot of work on these open innovation challenges, and the idea is that what we're doing is to basically convince somehow researchers and university students, including PhD students, so very bright minds, to spend some of their time to try to solve problems, innovation problems that are presented by companies. Okay, so we talk about product development processes and the issues that companies are facing while developing new products, services, or processes. So again, very technical work. And we have established this format that we call open innovation challenges or contests. And as Clara mentioned, they're about organizing these cooperations between companies, students, and researchers, often acting as mentors. Students are organized in teams. They collaborate for like 1 week, 1 month, or 3 months with the companies. And as a result, there are not only ideas, but also prototypes, solutions that companies can bring home and fully exploit to pursue their innovation goals. I give you an example. One of these formats, it's the so-called UX challenge. UX stands for User Experience Challenge. So user experience is about usability of digital products like apps, mobile apps, web apps, software, whatever. Usability can be good or bad, and that affects a lot, of course, the usage of the product. And so we have a UX challenge that helps companies in designing digital products with a better user experience. And we did that because in Trentino we had, and we still have a lot of ICT companies, very good from the technical side, not so good at that time when it came to designing the graphical user interfaces. And on the other side, we had a lot of researchers with very strong competencies about designing a human-machine interface and human-computer interaction overall. So we put them together into this 1 week collaboration format, and also citizens are involved because there's a defined methodology where you go through ideation phase, prototyping, whatever. But the last phase is about test. You have to test these ideas of solutions with real people, real users, real citizens that we involve in the process. So since the goal of Positive was to find ways to connect these two words, the technological innovation domain with the social innovation domain, we said, what about using an open innovation contest to make it happen? And basically what we did was to take this format that we previously had in Trentino of the UX challenge, and we worked with our project partners to tune it a little bit in order to use it to support digitalizations of social businesses. So what we did was to creating the conditions for this positive impact challenge to be replicated in the 3 countries, so not only Italy with this newly designed social impact flavor, but also in Baden-Württemberg and here in Lithuania. And how did it go? It went very well because each partner managed to involve, I think, more than 5 social businesses in this 1 week collaboration. Somewhere it happened not in 1 week, in 3 days, but that's totally fine because we always find ways to tune these formats depending on the characteristic of the local ecosystems that they are activated in. So we really found a great demand from the social businesses, and results were quite outstanding. And results, again, were not just ideas, but really, prototypes of interfaces, of new apps or software. And some of these experiences are being, described today by some of the social businesses. And I think that Elisa will soon tell you more about one of the Italian case. And we are so proud of the results that we decided to create a toolkit that you can download from our project website in case you would like to activate this positive impact challenge in your own ecosystem. So it can be a city, a municipality, it can be like a regional ecosystem. this toolkit will help you in finding your way to activating what we have piloted within the Positive project. And to do that, you can just, pick this up. This is a QR code. You can read it with any QR code reader in your mobile phone, and you will reach directly this toolkit, which is basically a visual guide that you can use to know more about this format and to really activate it in your own ecosystem. And if you want to have help to make it happen, because there's quite a little bit of know-how behind the actual guide, feel free to reach out to project partners, because now they are all fully equipped with not only executing this initiative, but also allowing you out there in making it happen in your own ecosystems.
Thank you so much. A complimentary remark from Vivian, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Nicola, for explaining so well the Positive Impact Challenge, which was really a great help in, filling in some gaps that social entrepreneurs might have, especially on the technological side, really bringing in expertise. And I think all of our participants who are already here, Elisa, Nicolas, and you might support that it was really important to have this technological knowledge being put into social businesses. What I would like to complement or also highlight in the Positive project was the other output we had, which is the toolkit for social innovation trainings. You can also find QR codes for that on your desks. Clara has already mentioned it. Because what I would like to stress is that also the classical side of entrepreneurs can learn a lot from social entrepreneurs. So the core idea of social entrepreneurship is to have a focus on the social impact. And social impact is a very delicate business. It's really hard to measure. It's much more complex than just giving numbers, having financial metrics to really measure an output. So what's the speciality of social entrepreneurs is really capturing their impact and finding a way to measure impact, not only measure, but also manage. So their biggest issue is to come up with a management system that really has impact at its core. So at every step in your everyday business, you need to think about planning your impact, to execute your impact, to measure your impact, and to learn from that and become better in creating impact. And this is a lot more complex than just raising profits. I would say, that's the experience we are having. And that's the reason why we came up with the toolkit for social innovation, because these practices are very important for consultants to know, not only to consult your upcoming founders of businesses with the business skills they need, but also with the impact management systems. That they are, and we already heard it's complicated. We have a plethora of tools, and we need to streamline the impact measurement methods in order to make them comparable. So there's still a way to go, but I think it's really important, or this is like the beauty of the Positive project, was that we really had this synergy from both sides, the technological experts teaching the social side, but also the social side teaching like the classical startup ecosystem on how to really focus on creating impact.
Thanks. Yeah, definitely resonates and clearly sends the message that the impact is of an essence in every business, but in social enterprises, even harder to achieve that and even hard to articulate all of this. As we do have also participants of the programs, the social enterprises that they benefited, I turn quickly to you on your experience. Lithuanian side was already mentioning how beautiful it was to get someone in partnership mode to tackle the challenge that they are facing. What was your experience? And same time, also elaborate a bit. I do not, limited time, I do not start the question to Nicola, but like, who were these solvers? You as a recipient, the challenge owner that put the challenge, in front. That's clear. So reveal a bit the situation, but also who were these challenge solvers? I mean, like the type of the people that where they came from, and what was the feeling working together with them?
Sure. Alpi presented a challenge improving the user experience of our app, Mio Tutor app, a tool that we use in the cooperative. The operator have this app in their phone, and they can put observation about the evolution of the work integration path of the people they followed. And so it is an app that facilitates, streamline, helps to monitor and evaluate the work integration project. We had the possibility to work with a group of 5 students for a week. Students from 2 different faculties that have a mixed approach on the analysis of our problem. Students could analyze some document, could have a demo of our app, and also had the possibility to interview some testers, some operator, and I think that this was a very good point for the challenge. And after a week, the team proposed a redesign of the tool to make the app more appealing. And for example, they introduced a simplification for the app usage. For example, reducing the number of the fields to be filled out, or promoting the automatic completion with information that comes directly from the management system. They also added some alerts or notification to encourage the use of the app. And they also proposed graphical changes and about the layout and the menu. The element that I consider most valuable was being read and seen by students who have never known about our cooperative. And I see that I have only 1 minute. I try to summarize, and I think that the most important thing was not only the prototype that students gave to us, but we gained a lot of insight from this challenge. For example, we learned a new method. We never had the possibility before to try to enter in a process of open innovation, and for us the results were very impressive. Also, the people from the cooperative who has interacted with the student developed a more innovation-oriented approach and new mindset, and for us also this is an important thing. And lastly, the visibility of the cooperative, the network that we have built thanks to this opportunity. And so I would like to underline this. Sure, the prototype is very important. Now we would like to implement some of the suggestions that the students gave us, but also all the other stuff that goes around the challenge are very important for our cooperative.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I just noticed that the time flies faster in this room than in general. So yeah, apparently we are out of time, even though I have 1,000 questions on the practicalities of this challenge approach, the benefits and so on. But yeah, I'll try to conclude, even though it's super challenging. Every New Year celebration, I start with some promises to myself, to exercise more, to do some things. Now we hear clear statements from the government, from the EU level, the statements that kind of puts a social enterprise domain in the agenda. But I'm super scared, in my case as well, that these promises, has to be put in action, and I still do not exercise to the level that I would like to. But what we wanted to highlight here, there are the ways to tackle these promises that has been made. And typically in innovation world, in business world, it's not only about the goal, but it's the way to reach the goal. And these approaches, toolkits, practices that basically slightly push you forward towards the goal that you choose to dream about, And my practical lesson, but also recommendation, that we were not able to cover all the aspects. So please grab our colleagues from the shoulder during the lunch, pick on their brain. I love this expression in English, like pick on their brain a bit on the practicalities, on the practicalities of the approaches, on the methodology, on the challenge-based positive approach that would push you a bit further on a practical level in achieving these goals that were declared and put forward during the New Year celebration, or in your business case as well. So that's my positive hint and positive recommendation. Thank you so much for everyone contributing. Limited time, unfortunately, lunchtime to be discovered. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, participants. And yes, let's catch up during the coffee breaks on this domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mantas. Thank you, speakers, for a great session. So we will accompany you to the first. Oh, sorry. Dėkui.
Sorry, technical information. Now we will go downstairs for a family photo. My colleagues will show you the way, and then we will move to another building for lunch, and my colleagues will show you the way. So you can use either door, this or the other one. So we will resume for the third session at 2:10, at 10 minutes past 2.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization, and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work, and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are empowered in the
the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonų, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vyti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how it could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with like the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame Positive Impact Challenge paskutinę dieną.
One of the 3 Positive Impact Challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kuriek daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonau, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vyti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with like the help of all of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we're really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took very really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work, and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę dieną.
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonau, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
about our idea and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm Ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobulą padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonau. O tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių, vykti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how it could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with like the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization, and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work, and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge pasaulinės.
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
būdama čia, turėjau puikią komandą jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonų, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are empowered
in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonų, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how it could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with like the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we're really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization, and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work, and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame Positive Impact Challenge paskutinę dieną.
One of the 3 Positive Impact Challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjimą, viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonau, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, and how it could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with the help of all of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took very really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work, and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjai mane viską suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobula padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonų, o tikslas viso tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
about our idea and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, how could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with like the help of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we're really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę dieną.
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Turėjau puikią komandą, jaunų žmonių, su katras tiek, atrodo, kad 100 metų esam pažįstami, susitikom, susėdom, apsitarėm ir atrodo, iš blakstienų virptelėjimą, nei viskus suprat, kur reik daryti, buvo viskas tobulą padaryta, pritaikyta elektroninė krautuvė, mobiliajam telefonau. O tikslas visą tuo buvo toks, kad ką padėti mokytojams užnorinti tus vakus moksleivius 5-9 klasių vykti tas jaustas.
About our idea, and we think that it really will have an impact, but we didn't know how we could implement it, how we could have the finances, and how could be a cost-efficient way of implementing what we need. Actually, with the help of all of the group that was assigned to our challenge, we found something that now feels like it is manageable and cost-efficient, and we are really looking forward to having an impact that we desire for a long time now.
So the best thing about this competition was the organization and that they took really good care about the participants. And the good thing about my project was to insight the social work and how do they work and the new projects and the opportunity to work in it and to be a part of it.
Sveiki, šiandien mes pradedame pasitelkiant challenge paskutinę
One of the 3 positive impact challenges took place in Vilnius, Lithuania, from February 12th to 14th. During this hackathon-style event, teams of students collaborated to address challenges encountered by social innovators. The 3-day event brought together 5 forward-thinking social innovators, 5 teams of enthusiastic students from 3 different Lithuanian cities, and 7 experienced mentors to devise the best digital solutions for the challenges presented by the social innovators. What were our accomplishments? With the guidance of experienced mentors, teams not only refined solutions to tackle the challenges faced by social innovators but also tested them with designated testers. These testers, presented with the challenges, provided comprehensive feedback to the teams of problem solvers. At the conclusion of the event, 5 exemplary digital solutions were showcased to a distinguished panel comprising commission members, mentors, challenge givers, and the general public. The top 3 teams, in addition to unforgettable experiences, were awarded prizes for their outstanding contributions.
Komanda, kuri transformavo realiai mūsų idėją, pamatydami pagrindinį iššūkį, kurio mes iki šiol nesam įsivardinę, nesam apsičiupinėję, nesam išsianalizavę, išsinagrinėję. Tai aš linkiu savo komandai didelės sėkmės, nes jie padarė didelį namų darbą, kurį mes kažkada turėjom pasidaryti patys kaip organizacija.
We are in Freiburg, in the south of Germany, and our Positive Impact Challenge has just started. Come have a look.
Po minutės prasideda trečioji sesija.
We start session 3 in 1 minute. Please be seated.
Ir sveikinuosi su visais, kas
I would like to say hello to everyone who's watching us online. Welcome back from the lunch. And I would like to say hello to those who just welcomed and just joined the forum.
Tai pirmoje dienos dalyje turėjome.
In the morning, we discussed about the environment appropriate for social businesses. Parliamentarians, representatives of international organizations, representatives of social businesses shared their insights. In session 2, we discussed how to bridge gaps between social and technological ecosystems so people could collaborate and create even more changes and increase the value they create. I'm delighted to introduce to you speakers of the session 3. We're going to discuss best practices and bridging the gap between tech and social innovation. And this session will focus on the best practices in bridging the gap between tech and social ecosystems. We will learn about best practices to solve a variety of challenges. Experts will present successful case studies, highlighting innovative solutions, and discuss best practices across various sectors, as well as the methods for their implementation. You will also learn how to tailor these practices to your specific circumstances, measure their impact, and overcome common challenges. The session aims to equip you with actionable knowledge so your organizations and communities can efficiently work and create positive change. I'm pleased to give the floor to the first speaker of the sessions, Ms. Anna Gulevska-Chernish, Chair of the Board of Celab Ukraine and the Ukrainian Social Venture Fund. 2 years ago, when we were organizing the forum in May, back then it was just a couple of months after the beginning of the Russia's wars against Ukraine. And Anna, I quoted you because we had to talk about social businesses, about its importance in our society, and we were talking about this topic during that very difficult time, and the commissioner joined us, and ministers took part in the forum as well. It was a very successful event, and back then all businesses in Lithuania and Ukraine became social enterprises. Our hotels allowed war refugees from Ukraine to stay in their premises free of charge. It was a moment meant that illustrated the essence of social business. And Anna, I quoted you when you asked your team if they were ready because they had to change their activities. And you asked them if they were ready to help those in need after the war. I'm getting goosebumps when remembering that time, because I feel both the respect and I feel fear talking about the events in Ukraine. And Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria, for invitation to be here. It's my first time in Lithuania. Yes, I present actually two organizations. One is Seal Up Ukraine, and we have been working in Ukraine for 7 years on building ecosystem for social entrepreneurship in our country. And our main focus is capacity building, policy development, promotion culture of social entrepreneurship. And actually 3 years ago, just before invasion started, we became co-founders Ukrainian Social Venture Fund, which provide financial support to social entrepreneurs. And yes, when 2 weeks ago we discussed with Victoria, I told her the story when in February 22, just 1 week before invasion started, I collected my colleagues at my home, because at that time our mind could not believe that war can start in 21st century in the Europe region. It was impossible to imagine, but from other side you can smell in the air that something is going to happen. So I invited all my colleagues to my home and I asked them, okay, and it's all girls. We are completely gender unbalanced team. And I asked them, if something would happen, what we are going to do? Are we going to stop our activities? Or are we going to refocus our activities on some humanitarian focus issues? And having some experience from 2013-14 Revolution of Dignity, we understood that there will be a lot of need, both humanitarian, among civil population and army. We made a decision that if something would happen, then we will focus on humanitarian activities. We will not stop activities as organization. So in 1 week exactly, we woke up under bombing, and on 28 February we launched Shelter Ukraine program to create shelters for internally displaced people. But in 2 weeks, our social enterprises who were graduated of our incubation programs, our training activities, started to call us. Hey, we gave us our office to internally displaced people. We create shelters, or we started produce new tools or products to support civilians or army. We need your support. And we understood, because we thought that social entrepreneurship during wartime, it's impossible. Everybody was thinking about surviving. But just in a couple of weeks, we understood that social entrepreneurship is a very strong tool, and all of them became very powerful and very active from the first days of invasion. So, in 3 months, we already conducted first online express incubator for new teams, for new social startups who want to start their social businesses. Today, I would be honestly, the social entrepreneurship is blooming in the country, because it's a time when there are a lot of social challenges, not enough resources, and this social entrepreneurship is seen as a tool to get sustainable development and tool for earning resources for social cases. Because right now, all society, all Ukrainian society within the country, we all donate to support the army. All our internal resources to go for army, we need to get victory. So to solve social problems, we need to raise and earn additional resources. To look on the what's going on with our sector, we have new groups of beneficiaries. And this group of beneficiaries also reflects on the current activities of social enterprises. At the beginning of the year, we had 1 million veterans already who have status veterans, and it's expected that this number will double. And together with member families, it will be around 5 million of people around veterans and their activities. Within first 15 months of invasion, we got 300,000 new people with disabilities. And it's only 15 months. And this number is growing. Just last week, probably you could hear news, we had big shelling of one of them university in Poltava, it's East Ukraine, and around 300 people were injured, and majority of them with 2-3 amputations. So every day we are getting new people with disabilities, and it's new cases and new priorities which we have to work and to think about their reintegration, their rehabilitation, creation new places. We have officially registered 5 million internally displaced people who lost their houses, property, jobs, everything. So these new beneficiaries are playing an important role for developing new type of social enterprises. And with their needs, we have new demands and new requirements for social entrepreneurship activities, and we are focusing on labor integration, on new profession development, physical and psychological therapy. Actually, today, psychologists say that every second Ukrainian, civilian or military, need constant support of psychologists. Because to live almost 3 years under everyday stress is very, very hard. So that is why today social enterprises work in different new areas where they did not work before the invasion. It's emergency response and relief, and it's creation of new opportunities for self-employment and for new jobs. It's strengthening communities, because when thousands of people come to your small towns, you need to do something with these new people, and you need to find new solutions to integrate them and build relationship with your citizens who live there. And of course, we need innovation approaches to different problems. For example, education. Now half of children are educated in shelters. Because it's dangerous. Unfortunately, schools, hospitals, universities, they are under constant shelling from Russia's side, and it's dangerous to stay there. So now we have new approaches which use digital tools to provide a quality of education for children from kindergarten, schools, university level. The same area health. Our hospitals overloaded with people, injured people, across all of Ukraine, especially different departments. To get to the hospital, if you are civilians, it's quite hard today. So majority civilians, we use private hospitals, because state hospitals, they support veterans and injured soldiers. So new technologies on provision medical support, especially on early stage, using digital tools are used widely. And here I would like tell a couple examples of social enterprise, or we call it impact businesses, which working on technologies, integrating technologies to the activities. This Extra Vision company, it's actually a startup, which was created 1 year ago by 2 young neurosurgeons from Kharkiv. It's east city on front line, close to Russia. So they using and they created AR glasses and use AI to conduct surgery on the brain. And now they're piloting the approach in Kharkiv and in Kiev, in 2 hospitals, but it's already very successful, and World Health Organization now supporting them to spread the experience. Another social enterprise, Projector Foundation, they concentrate on women. These women in Ukraine, we are living in new conditions. We have a lot of new obligations because all our men on front line, let's say majority active men groups. For example, 3 months ago, Mayor of Kiev organized courses for women who drive the metro trains. For all time, this profession was only for the men. Now it's open for women. Or USA already since New Year organized several courses for women truck drivers, because go abroad with trucks, we don't have men anymore to go. So in agriculture, in all other areas where usually men participated, now it's open for women. And women have to take care of children, families, parents, own and husbands, and provide economical activities to help the country. So this organization created online courses and using again new technologies to train women, internally displaced women, or those who want to change the profession skills to gain new skills and then help find them the job. And third one case I would like to show you, it's our graduates of our incubator, which we conducted this summer in July. It's social enterprise Memories of Ukraine. We have lost 100,000 people, and to memorize these people, this enterprise created digital tools, so any person or any community can create movie on distance about this person, about the story, input of this person, so everybody can remember it. Life continues. Life continues, yeah. Now we have also other startups which are focusing on some innovation in agriculture, in other spheres. So in November, we are going to conduct first, within 3 years, offline Kyiv Impact Entrepreneurs Day. Who are interested, you're welcome to Kyiv. Kyiv, honestly, safe place, safest place in Ukraine. We have very good protection system around the city, in spite of all the shelling we used to live. But Ukraine continued development, social entrepreneurship sector is blooming, and we are open for cooperation and building partnership. Thank you.
Ačiū, Ana.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, I got really emotional as well. When the war against Ukraine started, We met during France's presidency of the Council of the European Union, and during one of the events hosted in that framework, we met Ukrainian representatives and asked what kind of support they needed. That's when I started to learn how much you are doing. So in this particular sector, you are a role model for us. So I believe that, well, I'm glad that you will have an opportunity to meet some of the social enterprises and social innovators in Lithuania, and during the breaks you will also have a chance to communicate with some of them, and I'm certain that we will definitely find some further ways of cooperating. Slava Ukraini.
Aš norėčiau pakviesti kolegą iš Airijos. Irgi
And I would now like to give the floor to our Irish colleague, the CEO of Social Enterprise Republic of Ireland, or SERI, Mr. John Logg, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. I'd like to give a really practical example of, if that's the right slide, there we go, of how in the last 6 months we've gone from an organization that has no technical capacity whatsoever to being now Ireland's first AI-powered advocacy body. And I would hope that it's a blueprint for every organization in this room to follow. And our invitation is that everything that we've learned, everything we've done will be open sourced so other social economy actors can do the same. We don't want this to be proprietary technology. So who are we, first of all? We are Social Enterprise Republic of Ireland. We're a national representative body for social enterprises in the country. So we're very similar to Victoria and the Lithuanian Social Business Association. I'm like a less intelligent version of Victoria in my own country, if that gives you any description of who I am. We're a very, very small advocacy body. We're only about 3 years old, and we've got very, very little resources. So what we thought was, is there a way that through artificial intelligence we could do the work of 40 people with 4 people? And that was our initial goal. So let me give you an example of just some of the tools that we've built in the last 6 months, and then I'll come back to telling you how we did that. So the first tool is Dolly. So DOL is like our parliament in Ireland, and basically we have got a fully automated artificial intelligence head of advocacy. And what we've done is using a large language model called Claude AI. We have taught the bot everything about publicly available about our politicians, what the issues they care about, what they vote on, what they say on social media. We've taught it everything about social enterprise issues. And now Dolly can contact politicians on our behalf and institute meetings that then we attend. So it does the initial influencing work, so that then we can just step in when a time comes for the face-to-face interaction. This obviously is an area that you've got to be very careful about from an ethical perspective. So what we've done for now is we've designed a human into the system, but it doesn't necessarily need to be there. But just from a purely ethical standpoint, we've put a human into the system right now before any of the communications go out. So that's an example of Dolly. That's what it looks like. So as I said, I go in, I'll type in a politician's name, and it can automatically send them the communication. The second thing we've built is called Anya. So Anya is an Irish name, but it happens to have the letters AI in it. And Anya is a social enterprise advisor, an expert in social enterprise that's available 24 hours a day for free to social enterprises in the Republic of Ireland. And what we've taught it is all the funding opportunities that are available, all the training opportunities, all the policies that could be possibly useful to them, any information they might want to know, and they go in and very quickly can ask Anya any conceivable question. And if Anya doesn't know the answer, rather than making it up, she will refer to a human in the system. So again, what we're trying to do is avoid one of the key risks associated with artificial intelligence, which is hallucination. And you can actually in the back end, you can toggle her confidence. So you can say, Anya, be 10 confident today, and she'll come out with anything. Or you can say, be 1 out of 10, and she'll be very cautious about what she says. So right now, we've made Anya very cautious. So those are 2 examples of tools we've built, but how did we do that over a 6-month period when we had absolutely no technology experience to begin with? And that's what I want to share with you. So the first is, again, 6 months ago, absolutely none, and no AI tools in use. The first thing we did was we recruited a voluntary technology advisory council. So these are all technologists. They were people who had bought and sold tech companies. They were software engineers, chief information officers in large companies. And their job was to take the idea in my head and put a technical specification around that, because I did not know what I was talking about. I knew what I wanted AI to do. I had no idea how to go about it. And their first job after they helped me with that was to help me hire an engineer in residence. In order to do that, we needed a far-sighted philanthropist. So we found a technology entrepreneur who bought into this idea of AI for social good, and he is supporting us for 18 months to cover the cost. And what he has allowed us to hire is this very smart gentleman on the left-hand side called Liam McSherry. Liam is an engineer in residence. He's 23 years of age. He's just out of college, and he works with us for just 2 days a week. And the reason it really works for him, and I would encourage anybody to think about this, we couldn't afford him 5 days a week. We're just too small an organization with too limited resources. But he doesn't want to work with us 5 days a week because he's got his own startup. But we're a really stable source of income for him while he gets up and running. And how this works, and this is like, I'm very non-technical, he's very technical. I'll come up with ideas. He implements a minimal viable product. We'll send it out to the members for testing. He'll refine it, and we go again. And that's just the cycle. Technical to non-technical, technical to non-technical. And that's what it's been like for the last 6 months. You might be sitting here and thinking, that's easy to say, but there are probably reasons why my organization can't do it. And the 3 most common excuses we hear are, 1, we know nothing about artificial intelligence or emerging technology. Neither did we 6 months ago. But we brought in a voluntary group who could help us, and we brought in an expert for 2 days a week, and that is more than enough to get started. The second thing we hear is we can't afford to hire people with the right expertise. We only have Liam for 2 days a week. It's very effective, and it works for him because he's got his own startup on the side. And the third excuse we might hear is we don't know how to manage somebody with technology expertise. And this is something I often feel a little bit worried about. Can I manage this person when I don't have any technical knowledge? But my job here isn't to be his technical manager. My job is to say, here's what a social enterprise would want. Here's why this wouldn't work for them. So it's customer testing. I'm bringing the experience of social entrepreneurs into the room, not the knowledge of artificial intelligence. And so those are how we would deal with them. So where do we go from here? So we've started with our advocacy tool. We've got our tool, which is Anya, the AI Social Enterprise Advisor. Next up, we're looking at social impact management. How do we use AI to automate the process of doing that? We're looking at how do we use it to contact journalists to get social enterprise stories into the national media. So the AI would read all the national headlines. It would pitch a story back to the journalist. And then if the journalist wanted to talk about the story, the human would then come back into the system at that point. We're looking at social procurement matchmaking using AI as well, where it would read the tenders that come up on the national system. And we're currently building a tool called Fund Buddy to completely automate the process of writing grants, which is a big pain point for social enterprises. So huge amount of stuff coming down the line. We are not proprietary about how we do this. So all this information is shareable. 5 minutes, so I'll shut up talking now. And we've just launched an AI social enterprise network with the intention of that is to teach the entire sector in Ireland how to do this. But anybody else, you're very welcome to join, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Ačiū, Johnai, labai vertinga, labai.
Thank you, John. It was very useful. And I see the eyes of representatives of associations of social businesses, and I believe that we will be able to initiate and use the experience presented by the representative from Ireland. And now I would like to give the floor to Holly Langham, a partnership manager from Reach for Change.
Thank you, Victoria, and thank you to join you all here today in Vilnius. I have to just acknowledge that it's a tough job to follow both Anna and John on this topic, because it's very impressive what you're both doing. But I will obviously be here to share our examples. But first of all, who are we? And I apologize here, we seem to have lost a couple of pictures into the technology void. Again, showing my qualifications for speaking in this session. But no, I'm presenting at the forum today in my role as Partnerships Manager for Reach for Change. We are a social economy support organization headquartered in Sweden. And our mission, as it says up there, is to unleash the power of social entrepreneurs in creating a better world for future generations. And we do this in two different ways. First of all, we provide a range of different capacity development programs to social entrepreneurs. And that can be anything from idea generation in a boot camp, or it could even be setting them up for scaling through one of our scaling readiness programs. On the side, we also work very hard to develop local ecosystems for social entrepreneurship in the countries where we work, because we have to recognize that even if we can train someone to be the best entrepreneur in the world, if the conditions aren't there for their success, then there's very little impact that you're going to make at the end of the day. As I said, we were founded in Sweden back in 2010, but we do call ourselves a global organization. We have offices in 3 additional countries, including in Latvia. But then also I have colleagues based in Ethiopia and Ghana as well. But beyond that, we do, through our project portfolio and our many, many partners, we do reach in total 30 different countries in Europe and Africa. And since 2010, we've managed to support 3,000 change leaders across these countries. And they, in turn, have made an impact on the lives of 4.7 million children and youth. So yeah, we've been hard at work doing that. Before I go into the main part of my presentation, I just wanted to do a little bit of a name drop, and I apologize to the interpreters, this was not in the original notes, but I just wanted to acknowledge that we actually have a sister project to the Positive project, also funded by Horizon, and as part of that project, Reach for Change works together with partners in Estonia and Lithuania. And we are also working to bridge this divide between the social innovation sectors and the mainstream sectors. And as you can see there, we've had many different activities. The project is coming to a close at the start of next year. But one of the more interesting deliverables, maybe for people in this room, especially if you are a social enterprise yourself, is that we have produced an alternative finance roadmap. And this covers all 3 of the Baltic states, covering both public and private sources of funding. So I do recommend you have a look for that on the Baltic Innovation Agency's website. And I'm also obviously happy to share the link afterwards as well. But back on topic now. Obviously, working as a social economy intermediary, we day-to-day bridge the gap between what some may see as a niche sector, and then working obviously with those who see themselves as more mainstream. And obviously, tech is a very important tool in that. We need to be finding as many synergies as possible with actors working in different sectors than ours. So today, when I will be speaking to 2 separate different points. First of all, supporting those social entrepreneurs who themselves bridge the divide between tech and social innovation. What are their common challenges, and how have we at Reach for Change supported them in overcoming these challenges? But then we also have to talk about how we ourselves are bridging that gap. So how do we at Reach for Change leverage technology as a support organization to improve our own support offer to our social entrepreneurs? So speaking to the first point, I will actually not be talking too much about Reach for Change, but actually about one of our wonderful entrepreneurs that we support. I will be talking about Gustavs and his product Matchwork. Gustavs runs this social enterprise. Their main goal is to support young people to fulfill their potential. He's based in Latvia, not too far from here, and he aims to tackle the current challenge of youth employment, because while tech can often be presented as being full of opportunities, it also presents challenges to the rest of society at the same time. So he uses technology to address the current problems in terms of job loss through automation. So when industries become automated, a lot of jobs that involve manual or repetitive tasks are just disappearing day by day. And that especially affects NEETs, so youth who are not in employment, education or training, young mothers, and those living in rural areas. He wants to make sure that we can equip young people with the skills needed for the 21st century, and he wants to also do that in a very appealing and accessible way. So he has created Matchwork. As you can see here on the screen, it's what their website looks like. His product Matchwork has the nickname of Job Tinder, because that essentially is what it is. You log onto the platform and you upload your CV, and then you can swipe through jobs. When you get a match with a potential employer, you will then have a 15-minute interview. And then in some cases, of course, that can then lead to a potential recruitment. And another additional benefit of this is that candidates only need to upload and put their CVs and motivational letters into the platform once, therefore reducing precious time, sending out hundreds of applications. I'm sure we can all recognize ourselves in that endless cycle. So how do I know Gustavs and why am I talking about him? He is actually part of one of our scaling readiness programs. It is an EU project called Future Forward, where we are basically supporting the scaling of 9 different social entrepreneurs who address the challenges of the green and digital transitions. And these entrepreneurs are based in Central or Eastern Europe or the Baltics. So through his participation in the program, Gustavs gets access to coaching and one-to-one mentoring from Reach for Change staff, but also a range of other external experts that we've matched him with. So what are his main challenges and how have we been helping him? Of course, cash flow. I think that this is quite a common challenge for everybody. But however, unlike a mainstream tech company, he wants to keep his platform affordable to its users. So how does he fund that if he's not getting revenue from sales? He relies on grants, and that obviously then has its other challenges. So what we're doing is helping him prepare a sustainable business model that looks at balancing his revenues in a way that is sustainable and long-term. That links then to the second point here about how does he scale sustainably. So a positive aspect of using tech that he has told us is that he can very easily report his quantitative data to stakeholders, how many people he's reaching. But a negative aspect is that he also lacks that contact with the end users. He has less understanding of what the impact really is on their day-to-day. So he needs to figure out a way to scale his product, increasing its access, but also making sure that he's doing so in a way that makes sense for his team, makes sense for the impact, and also makes sense for the app itself and how that is set up behind the scenes. So we're obviously working with him on that as well. And then finally, marketing. Gustavs has the ambition to scale internationally, including into Lithuania. So he was very happy that I was mentioning him today in this forum. However, in doing so, he needs to market to 2 different types of users, both job seekers and companies. And this trust building takes time. So he's currently on the lookout for a digital marketing expert. If anyone knows one in the room, please do let me know. He will be hopefully breaking into your market any day now. We're going to leave Gustavs behind now and move to the second point that I had prepared, which is more about how Reach for Change is leveraging tech to improve our support offer. Because we've been around for 14 years now. It's very easy to get set in your ways. So 3 quick examples. 7 years ago, we realized what was the point of developing all of this amazing training content for our social entrepreneurs, but limiting it only to those entrepreneurs that we support in our programs. So with funding from the Swedish Government Agency for Innovation, we created our online toolkits. And this means that any entrepreneur, based wherever they are in the world, can log into this platform and be walked through essential guidance about how you set up a social enterprise that is both impactful and sustainable. And thanks to additional project funding, we've now launched the toolkits in various different languages, and we're also now releasing new content about later stage entrepreneurs over the coming months. So we make sure that we are investing in a platform that continues to evolve. A second and maybe slightly more exciting example is actually much more recent to us. This is through a collaboration with AI Sweden, that is at the National Centre for Applied AI in Sweden. And over summer, we had the services of some students in Sweden work with us to create an AI research assistant. And this is specifically targeting social entrepreneurs, who may be very busy people, but of course need to invest time and resources into measuring and communicating their impact. So this AI tool can help with putting together a problem analysis. It can help you to generate a survey to send out to your beneficiaries. It can help you create interview scripts, among many other features. We like to call it ChatGPT, but with much more reliable sources and referencing. But we have learned some lessons along the way. Number one, non-tech people are not very good at knowing what AI is capable of. So the first meeting that we had with the students, we suggested what we would like to have as an end product, and they told us that they could do that in a week. So we had to go back and be a bit more ambitious. So that was a positive lesson learned. A second lesson learned that we're still grappling with is how are we going to keep maintaining this? Because the tool is only as good as the information that you feed it. So how will we keep putting sources into the research assistant? How will we be making sure it is still relevant, not only now, but in 2 years' time? I'm happy to say that this tool will be launched in October and will be available on the Toolkits platform that I talked about previously, and there will be open webinars available to the public who want to learn more. So keep an eye out on our social media for that. Third and final, I just want to also quickly mention that we are very happy to be partnering with the Lithuanian Social Business Association on the Baltic Sea Impact Network project. And this, in many ways, leverages one of the more positive lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is that a lot can be achieved in an online meeting. You can engage transnationally without having a heavy carbon footprint, and you can establish new connections that you can then follow up in person in events like this. So we've been running this project now since 2022 with funding from the Swedish Institute, with entrepreneurs based across the Nordics, Baltics, and also from Ukraine. And we're obviously now looking for longer-term funding in order to make sure we can continue to build this platform and support these entrepreneurs in making these meaningful connections using computers, a happy computer like that on the screen. So that was everything that I had prepared. Thank you again for the invitation. And as I said, I think that this is a really, really vital topic, and there's many more things in the pipeline. Looking forward to seeing where this sector goes in the next few years when it comes to tech.
Ačiū, Holly.
Thank you, Holly, for your presentation. Thank you for inviting the Lithuanian Association to the project, and our social enterprises are also taking part in it, and some of those participants are here today. International participants, participation, of course, is very useful. And I would like to mention alternative financing method that Holly mentioned, and social enterprises can win a prize that amounts to 3,000 euros, and the program is implemented in cooperation with the Luminor Bank, and applications are taken until the 12th of September. And the programs are very valuable. We have mentors, and you can find the program of it on our website. Let's move on to Ms. Agne Gaisre, co-founder of the social enterprise City Lab. She'll share her experiences. Thank you, Victoria. Soon we're about to go into coffee break. But before that, I was thinking that we don't use any digital technologies, but then I realized we rely on certain digital technologies. But before that, I would like to introduce the City Lab. In City Lab is a community center in Vilnius. At the beginning, it looked like this, as you can see in the photo, and we turned it into a community center with spaces for exhibitions and a variety of events. We had no external funding, we had no investments, but we were stubborn and we were 6 volunteers. In 2016, we moved into this building, and back then we knew that we will be working towards several directions regarding community and sustainability. In this building, I hope most of you will visit it tonight. We foster do-it-yourself culture. We have old furniture, dishware brought by our community, and we realize that food and drinks is a very important part of our business. So these are our main directions of focus, and we have several photos of our solutions. Recycling and other systems, and these systems are very simple and replicable at home. We have more advanced equipment for composting our food waste, and we use that compost further in growing our vegetables. And at the very beginning, we identified our principles, and we aim for the seasonal cuisine. We also aim to use mostly local produce, and we have the innovation, which is not an innovation in the world, but we also have hydroponic greenhouse. As you can see, we have a variety of kettles, and they're brought by our community. We have weekend breakfast where a lot of people gather and spend good time eating together. We saw the invitation for the project that invited restaurants and cafes to come up with a system to reduce food waste. And since it was our topic, we took a risk, and only 10 or 11 projects received funded, and we were lucky enough to receive it. So this is our technology. On the left side, you can see the scale and the screen, a little computer. And this system allows us to measure, calculate, and assess the reason why certain food waste was had to be thrown away. And this allows us to see areas for improvement to reduce our food waste. For example, when we started calculating and assessing our food waste, we realized that we throw away a lot of pancakes. Our pancakes are delicious, and every single serving includes 3 pancakes. If a child, for example, orders a plate of pancakes, they might not eat all 3 of them. And we started selling pancakes one by one. and we reduced the food waste of pancakes, and it didn't require any investments to achieve that result. And there are only several restaurants that use this technology. We set up the systems in the main dining hall of our cafe. Usually the system is hidden from the client, but we wanted our clients to see so they could themselves weight the food that they didn't eat. And this is very effective in children because children are very interested in that. One year has passed, and we analyzed our results, and we saw that we achieved quite a few things. We prevented more than 600 kilograms of food waste from occurring, and at the end of the day, for example, if we know that we're not working tomorrow, we put that food in a community fridge, and we leave it there. We rescued more than 1,000 kilograms of leftovers, and we conserved more than 15,000 bathtubs of water, and we did that only being one small cafe in Lithuania.
Despite the fact that wasting too much food, there's much of food that cannot be used when food is spoiled. We also have to take into account the leftovers that we give out for charity. So this saving of food, in our opinion, is very considerable, and we're still ambitious to work even harder in the coming 6 months. So this was a brief introduction of our activities, and today in the evening I will be able to show, and you will be able to see what we are doing. Thank you.
Ačiū, Agne. Ir norėčiau pakviesti.
Thank you, Agne. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Samuel Poldaru, representative of Social Enterprise Estonia and Partnership Manager at Impact Day. He is the head of partnership. So please, Samuel, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. And today I would love to share with you 6 practical examples of boosting social entrepreneurship and innovation from Estonia. And they will be with the examples of Social Enterprise Estonia and Impact Day, 3 examples of each. So firstly, Social Enterprise Estonia, about 10 years of operating, and right now we have in Estonia about 250 companies in that network. And when Mia in the morning shared about the stats of European averages, and Lithuania being at the bottom of that, then don't worry, we are right there next to you with Estonia. And there might be a couple of reasons for that. Who knows all of them, but I like this idea that was today shared, and it sounded something like this, that every entrepreneur is a social entrepreneur, they just might not know it. So I think this might be the case in the Baltics as well, because the topics and the terms are quite new. We don't have like 26 years of experience, for example, of this support organizations operating. And there is much more social enterprise is already operating, but just that's something that we track and can operate with. And our goal is to grow the network into 1,000 companies there, but there's different initiatives that are taken into account. And jumping into the practical steps, then the first one is a strategic partnership with the Ministry of Interior of Estonia. In 2016 was the year that we started with the Ministry of Interior, and we were the first organization as Social Enterprise Estonia to work with them and actually start implementing social entrepreneurship support plan through events, through communication, through community events, and it's been like long-term commitment from their side and non-financial and financial, which is very important for social initiative to be started with. There's somebody who believes and sees the value in it and also kind of commits for the long run, so you can start operating on that. Then the Social Innovation Center of Estonia. Here again, many key players, including Ministry of Interior and Economic and Communication Ministry of Estonia, plus a couple of universities, incubators, and development centers throughout Estonia. And together, we formed a memorandum. It was, I think, in 2021. And there was 23 different organizations presented, including the ministries and some private companies, SEB Bank, etc. So we had like stakeholders and key players from different areas and sectors. So these are the key, three key like examples of how important the community is and how important it is to go both ways with your activity. Firstly, to go into the governmental institutions to kind of communicate the need and the value behind those activities. And once they believe and support it, then they can give you the long-term support and to actually go and achieve those goals and initiatives. And now jumping into Impact Day, actually it's a festival of sustainability, and we happen to be the biggest one in the Baltics and maybe in the Nordics, we don't know exactly, but it's only 3 years old and it grew out of the Social Enterprise Estonia actually. So it's the itself is an example of what the Social Enterprise Estonia kind of covered and grew into. And this festival has grown into about 3,000 to 4,000 people that we are expecting this year on our third festival year. And from here, the first kind of key point to the success is the community. Once again, you can see the names of the creators. Hello, and thank you to Reach for Change as well. So many of the partners are actually here today as well, and many more are throughout the Baltics and even from further as well, from Finland, Sweden, Germany. We have partners joining and even contacting us on their own, which is always amazing to see. And thanks to these companies and organizations, we are able to organize the event and bring it to life, because again, it was founded by just a couple of friends who saw that there is a need in the market, and something to be filled. And the second key of Impact Day and the impact of this festival is the key performance. So we have always gone all in with speakers that we work together with, and there's definitely some of the names here that you know as well, and some speakers from Lithuania as well, and for example, last year we had Valentas Nevera from Ignitis Group, and you can see some of the names up there as well. And these are the people who bring their real knowledge from their sector into the festival and share it with others from real life examples, and that's something that we very much encourage as well. And Bringing in now the tech part, then we are also implementing AI in about 3 different areas of our organization. In content generation part, again, with supervision from human eyes always, but also in partnerships. So, for example, we have AI assistants who are filtering companies based on keywords on their websites, finding them on LinkedIn, and then connecting them. And once they have shown their interest in participation, then I will have a meeting with them. And there's only so much time that each person has, and so much you can do. But if you use AI to filter out the best audience and the best people to meet, then it's a crazy difference of how much you can achieve and how many right people you can connect with. And everybody else, nobody will bother a nice email from you, which is very, very light and just ask for their interest. So this also allows us to do more than we actually can, because there are only a team of 8 people and trying to do this festival. So this is something that I think brings social entrepreneurship into a next level. If we can take, as John brought this example as well, that we may not have the resources of big corporations, but we have the agility and creativeness. So I think AI can be one of those tools that really takes us forward and might even give us more resources in comparison to a large corporation who might not be able to shift that fast what they're doing. So this is definitely a point of opportunity, and whoever's interested, then happy to share everything we've learned on the road as well. And yeah, the last point is good marketing. I would even change it maybe to brave marketing. We have chosen our keyword to be making sustainability sexy. So we went for it from the perspective that most events covering sustainability can be a little bit maybe theoretical, and to engage especially the new generation, there needs to be excitement and the balance between the content, but also the engagement and the fun part. And our goal is to make social entrepreneurship fun and also sustainability. And that's why we have named it not into a conference or a seminar, but into a festival. Because as you can see from the picture, that's all the volunteers and our team. That's only the team. It's not the participants. It's, as you can see, we did like a dance together and to engage those people. So there needs to be an element of bringing people together. And in sustainability, there's always the question, is it sustainable to even organize an event? Then we saw during the COVID times that bringing people together is the best solution there is. Otherwise, you will just start dealing with other problems like mental health and medications, etc. So we are doing the event the best way we can. And last year, going over the stats, we managed to do it 17 times lower footprint per one visitor than the average event or festival in the Europe area, basically. So there are ways in that as well. And again, if somebody of you is organizing events or festivals and want to grow into that area as well, then we are very, very open to collaborate and share the ideas and experience that we have seen in the couple of years of organizing Impact Day. So the festival this year is quite close, 10 to 12 of October, 4 to 5 weeks to go. So it will happen in Tallinn, in Põhjala factory, and all of you are very welcome to join there. And if you want to, you can find me or take pictures of the contacts. And you can write or call me about any questions about the event itself or any of this AI or sustainable event organizing topics. So thank you very much.
Ačiū, Samueli.
Thanks, Samuel. We can see people who will be joining this festival in Tallinn, and I hope that we have many more of such people willing to go to Tallinn. Well, my compliments to you. This is an extraordinary festival, at least in the Baltic states. Thank you once again. We have 20 minutes, well, 15 minutes actually, for question-answer session. So if you want to intervene, you can raise your hand and pop your question or share any insight or make a remark or share your experience. Because courageous and successful stories are very motivating and very inspiring. Well, the Prime Minister of Estonia came to Lithuanian Startup Festival and said that they're trying to compliment everybody on everything, because when you praise your colleagues and your partners, it becomes very inspiring, and it actually brings hope to another person. So if you want to praise somebody or compliment somebody, you can do that. And while you're thinking of a question, I felt that Anna wanted to share one more thing. Anna, did you want to add something, or have you managed to express all your thoughts and say everything you wanted to say? Because I thought that there was something left that you had no time to share with us. No. I would like to share a very important insight about Italy. During the second session, you were able to hear about the results of our positive project and some of its tools. A year and a half ago, we went to Trento to visit our colleagues. You know that Italy is a leading country in social entrepreneurship, and as Nicola mentioned, the region in Trentino generates 10% of GDP, which is the same in the whole of Italy. And when going to Italy, I thought that I will know the recipe of how to develop social business. But after my visit to Italy, I did not get any recipes, but I realized that it's about partnership, about being friends, about dedicating quality time for your friends and partnership. Samuel said that his online technologies are very enriching, but in-person meetings and conversations are very valuable, because we will be having a coffee break, which will take 30 minutes. So this will be an opportunity for you to have a conversation with people who got to know during the breaks or during the sessions. So I invite you to get to know each other, to introduce yourselves, and to make new contacts, which will probably enhance your business. Probably your advice might be inspiring for other people in their problem-solving areas. Do you have any remarks? Hello, I'm Virginijus Šaulys. Victoria, thank you for this wonderful event and for this wonderful moderation of the session. So I wish every success to you and your colleagues. My question goes to Samuel. Your presentation was very intriguing. About the festival, I haven't heard about it because I work in Bivosk area. This is something which has been patented on the EU level. Well, I am boasting about that. Last year, in Vilnius, in Litexpo, we had a similar festival. We had zero interest on the part of the visitors. We had 200 visitors during the exhibition. Well, we had a lot of people during the conference, but my question is, how many years did it take for you to implement your ideas from the very beginning of your idea, and how much social business can contribute to such ideas or to putting such ideas into practice?
Thank you very much for the question, and congratulations on the patent as well. Actually, I was there at last year as well in the Litexpo event. I also saw that there wasn't that many people, although the organizational part seemed very well done, and there were great speakers and great expo partners there as well. Later down the road, I realized it was at the same time about with one or two sustainability events. I think there was green tech or some energy event at the same time. So maybe that one took some of the audience away who were interested in both of the events. But coming to Impact Day and the experience there, then it's our third year as Impact Day. But our founders, Merili, Kathleen, and Erki, they actually started years ago with Social Enterprise Estonia, and they started organizing smaller events for youth and high school students, etc. And those events started to grow a little bit bigger and bigger. And the last ones were 120 people, and that's when they saw like, okay, it's quite an experience in organizing events, and they just tried to do it differently. And then the first year of Impact Day, it was 800 people, second year 2,300, and now we're expecting 3,000 plus. So I think there's, of course, like many key elements to like organizing an event well and how to make sure the people are there. But the community is the most important part, as I said previously as well. We start our work on the event 3 weeks after the festival ends, basically. And the venue and the dates are all fixed before even this year's event. So we have all fixed for 2025. I have already partnership meetings set up into October and November with partners with universities about 2025. So we have to go for a long run with these type of events. And when you have a partnership with a university, for example, they can bring 100 students to the festival. They can be there with 5 different researchers, like, for example, Latvian University of Life Sciences. I've already confirmed doing a researchers session. So these type of long-term partners are the ones who kind of, get you rolling and get the main house filled. And then everybody else will just come on top because there's action going on and there's awesome speakers being presented, but that's all thanks to the partners who are bringing their speakers from UK, from Lithuania, Latvia, Sweden, different countries and experiences. Thank you.
Taip, prašom.
The floor is yours.
Povilaitė, I represent New Door Social Entrepreneurship Accelerator. In Riga, Latvia. We were actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a first social entrepreneurship accelerator in the Baltics, because we started quite early in 2013. And we also were then, a couple of years later, a founding member of Latvian Social Entrepreneurship Association. So my question would be for the fantastic compliments to Victoria, fantastic international panel, but maybe for somebody else, like also in the audience. So not specifically about what you talked about, but the whole context of what's happening today. It's just so great to see so many people from different sectors, like what we're talking about, that we need dialogue, we need collaboration. This is what's happening today, and it's like very, very inspiring to me personally. In our course, like part of our course, part of what we teach social entrepreneurs is actually how to sell to municipalities, how to understand the public sector, like what their needs and so on. But because we've been doing that so long and the market changes, I actually think that maybe somebody should start teaching the public sector to talk with entrepreneurs because there's a lot of conflict. Like, we all live in the bubbles, even I mean, the public sector talking governmental institutions and municipalities, these are different bubbles. You know, these are different realities. Of course, private sector companies and public sector, different NGOs is a different bubble. So actually, my question is, maybe in some of your countries, maybe there is an experience of, courses for state officials of how to understand entrepreneurs and their reality, how to understand NGOs, because I think it's very needed, because there should be movement from both sides. We all are interested in building bridges and creating more effective cooperations. So that's my question. Is there any experience about, movement? Like, how can we teach? I mean, we've been teaching ourselves how to speak with public sector. How can we help them also, or you, if you're in the public sector, how can we help you learn? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, and I can just, I don't want to take too much time, but just share the example we've had in Sweden recently. So we have also noticed this disconnect, and as you say, you can only, you can prepare the social entrepreneur to a certain point to reach out, but if they're talking to a brick wall, then there's just this lack of understanding potentially. So what we've been working on for the last few years is actually, it's not so much a course, I would say, but breaking down that brick wall and enabling more dialogue on a person-to-person level. So we actually have a pilot right now. We did several pre-studies, but it got to the point we're doing a pilot in a town in Sweden where we have matched a social entrepreneur with the local municipality. And over the course of a year, they had to come to all these workshops and sit down. And we obviously created that room for them to talk to each other and to get to know each other. And the end result is that they then are now doing a joint pilot. So they are both jointly delivering a service in the local area to support youth with a migrant background to find jobs. And it's been a long learning process, and we're still working to capture the learnings. But we really believe in this. We have now what is called a collaboration checklist. So it's not a course, but it's a checklist of what do you need to, if you're an entrepreneur and a municipality, what do you need to discuss and agree upon if you're going to start collaborating with each other. So we're hoping now to roll this out, and fingers crossed with all the paperwork, we hopefully are going to be doing a pilot also in Latvia starting next year as well, building on the learnings from the Swedish project. So yeah, a course would be great, but a checklist hopefully is a good start.
Ačiū Marija už puikų klausimą. Man čia iš visų pusių rodo.
Thank you for a wonderful question. I was told that we have to have a coffee break. We have interpreters, so we thank them for their hard work, and therefore we have to start a coffee break that could be used for your networking. I want to open a secret of the gifts I'm giving. A year ago, we had a wall made from a very good fabric. It was quite expensive. We made photographs, and finally, with our partners and association members, who are engaged in recycling and reusing certain things, and they decided to make shopping bags from the fabric that was used for the stand. I want to pay respect to the work that my partners did. I want to thank them for this. Well, the history about the bag. We want to brace you and tell you when you take this bag into your hands, you will feel history. History that will take you to the past. And you will feel festive days, events, bedcloths, tableware, or any other occasions, because the handles of these bags are made from different fabrics or things that were not wasted. The handles of the bag are dyed with natural dye that are called serenčiukai in Lithuanian. I think that our colleagues will be able to explain that to you during their coffee break. And you can smell the coal and charcoal and feel the power of the river. Or you can find a piece of a petal of a flower. And the fabric of a bag is actually the fabric that was used for a stand of the Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum in 2023. The bags are unique like people. Thank you for making those bags. Lithuania loves nature very much, therefore the gifts that we give are close to nature. For ladies, we have collections of bee wax and honey. And for gentlemen, honey. Inspired by wax. This is a social enterprise that dedicates its income to the performance for people who are survivors of cancer. So I thank our partners for the gifts.
Ir ačiū labai už dėmesį, atvėriau
And I thank you for your attention while I was telling the secret about the gifts. And now it is time to have coffee. And at 4 we meet for our last session.
tada raudonas turi būti. Va, jo. Būtent
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Caroline, I'm hearing you, and I'm speaking in the panel with you.
Hi, Gary, that's fine. Okay, good. Perfect. I guess they will call me when needed.
Likewise.
Tai džiaugiuosi pasveikindama.
I'm happy to welcome you to the final session of our today's forum. This is a panel discussion on the role of social business and its role in the changing world. And I will briefly introduce the session. We're going to analyze the role of social business and social entrepreneurs in addressing current challenges. We explore policies and technology instruments that could strengthen the position of social enterprises and identify concrete recommendations that could be implemented in the short term. We have representatives of different areas. Panels will share their insights on creating supportive policy environment, highlight successful policy interventions, and discuss the roles of technology in driving social innovation. The session will showcase best practices from different sectors, highlighting how collaborative efforts between social enterprises and technology can effectively address societal and environmental challenges. Now I'd like to give over the moderation to Julia Yermakova, Deputy of the Board of the Lithuanian Social Business Association. I wanted to inform as well that we have a very distinguished guest with us, Mr. Manuelis Zingeris, signatory to the Independence Act of Lithuania, long-standing member of Parliament of Lithuania, member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and also former chair of this committee. Well, this is my first time in this hall. I feel very emotional here. But despite that, I want to say that we welcome and we thank all of you who were so patient and survived until the end of the forum. Well, this is our last panel. We heard so many insights and best examples. Before that, I've been a representative of traditional mainstream business, but things that I've heard today were very inspiring and impressive for me. And now I would like to invite you to have a rather informal discussion. And if Victoria allows me, I would direct our discussion towards the future and discuss the future. We have representatives from international organizations. Therefore, I would like to hear more on some bit experience and lessons learned from the past, because it is always fun to learn from somebody else's mistakes. This might sound quite selfish, but I would like to hear about that. And I also would like to hear your insights and recommendations and possible potential vision for the future. And I would like to hear that from all the panelists, because we have representatives of different spheres here, and I hope that we are going to have a rather discussion than presentations. I see that we're all very tired, that it's hot in this hall, and we have heated debates here. And first, let me introduce the panelists. We have two participants online. Mr. Harry Higgins, founder and managing director of Social Enterprise World Forum. We also have Mr. Karel van der Poorten, policy officer at the Directorate General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs from the European Commission. We also have in-person representative from the Seimas, Algirdas Sysas, member of the Committee on Social Affairs and Labor, and also Andrius Bagdonas, member of the Committee on Economics of the Seimas. And further to the left, we have Toby Gezele, policy leader at the Euclid Network. And on my right, we have Florian Bukal, CEO of the Grunhof EV Association. Maria Povilaitė, board member of the New Doors Social Entrepreneurship Accelerator. And my colleague, Jorūnė Preikšaitė, board member of Women Go Tech, representing the organization Women Go Tech. I will move to my questions, and first I would like to give the floor to Gary Higgins. Could you speak in terms of global perspective, since you represent the Global Forum? Today, world faces seemingly endless and growing set of challenges such as climate change, increasing social inequality, demographic changes, security threats, and health crises. You represent the Social Enterprise World Forum. Could you please share your thoughts on how local social enterprise can most effectively contribute to tackling global problems? I would also be very grateful if you could share your recommendations for Lithuania. We call ourselves a small but ambitious country in terms of social entrepreneurship. So, Gary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. Let me know somehow if you're not hearing me clearly. And thank you for welcoming me to participate in your event. I'm Jerry Higgins. I'm the founder and managing director of Social Enterprise World Forum. And we work to strengthen and grow social enterprises around the world. I don't think anybody could disagree that the business movement that we've had in the last 100 years has been successful in creating a healthy planet and sustainable and resilient communities. It clearly hasn't worked, which is why SEWF and other agencies and policymakers are advocating for a fairer, more sustainable world. And one of the ways that that can be achieved is by having more social enterprises. And through our work at SEWF, we assist social enterprises to connect with each other, to share information, to be inspired, to support each other. We also advocate for policy change, both working with governments, working with global agencies, because we see where a country introduces social enterprise policy, it can really help to accelerate the social enterprises. And typically, what social enterprises are doing is they're using a business model to deliver a social and environmental mission. So when we look at social enterprises, the pay gap between the lowest and the highest paid in the organization is much, much less than in standard regular businesses. We see that the percentage of leaders who are female is comfortably ahead of other business sectors, from small and medium enterprises to corporates. We see that they're more likely to tackle issues of disadvantage by employing and supporting people who have disadvantages in their labor force. So when we look at the economic impact in a country of social enterprise, there's a persuasive case that the more social enterprises there are as a business model in a country, the healthier that economy will be. We reject GDP as a measure of anything useful. We prefer some of the other models, and we support other change makers to introduce things like donut economics, circular economy, well-being economy, because what we're working together for here is global change. One of the features of social enterprise is how quickly in recent years young people have embraced social enterprise because they are not motivated in the same way that their parents were. So we have a very high number across the world, a very high number of people who are starting social enterprise, wanting careers in social enterprise, or working in whatever capacity to support social enterprises. And one of the concepts that we advocate is really to look at scale differently. The regular business sector holds scale in high value. The biggest companies, the wealthiest companies, the companies with the most employees are given more respect, whether they deserve it or not, than smaller businesses. And really the social enterprise movement is a gathering of, according to the World Economic Forum, over 10 million small social enterprises that are typically addressing local and community problems. So our work is to, harness that energy and work with policymakers to support the growth of social enterprise because they're tackling problems within local communities. And while it's not as easy to support hundreds of thousands of small businesses, it's work that's really valuable. And at SEWF, we, in addition to having an event every 2 years where we convene social enterprises, we look at topics like AI and look at the potential damaging impact on people who are disadvantaged of AI, and we convene our social enterprise community to look at the potential upsides of AI for communities and social enterprises. So that's our work at SEWF. And in relation to the recommendations for Lithuania, I'm very reluctant ever to give recommendations to anybody, but what we would like to see is the Lithuanian social enterprise sector engaging with our global verification scheme, People and Planet First, because together we can enhance the identity of social enterprise, because one of the challenges is that social enterprise is poorly understood and doesn't have good visibility in some countries. So working together with an identity campaign and verification scheme, we can assist social enterprise to be more visible for consumers, for procurement and buyers in the public sector and in the private sector. We would like and we encourage governments to engage with the social enterprise sector and co-create a specific policy for social enterprise, because this can be a very powerful accelerator. We see around the world where this happens. It has very positive effects for national economies. And I guess there's a piece about engaging young people. Lithuania, my understanding, is the World Happiness Index rated Lithuania in 2024 as top country for happiness of people under 30. Well, if that's the case, we would really encourage options to be available for young people to join and to establish social enterprise, because when you have when you work in a purpose-driven business, it is generally a significant contributor to happiness. So we encourage the social enterprise movement in Lithuania to engage in a sense of co-production with policymakers to look at how to expand and grow the impact of social enterprise through co-creation of policy. That's a similar approach that we would take in many other countries. But in the interest of the other panelists, I'll stop now and I'm happy to join in conversations later.
Atsiprašau, dar neįpratau. Ačiū labai, Gary, už jūsų pasisakymą.
Thank you, Gary, for your insights, especially last ones, which were rather optimistic. Let us move on now, and let's listen to Toby. Toby, you represent an international organization, Euclid Network, so it would be very interesting to learn what current challenges for social enterprise do you see, and could you please share your experience? And we would really like to hear some of your recommendations that you could give to Lithuania, although we heard that people tend to hesitate when giving certain recommendations, yet it would be very interesting to learn some of those recommendations for us.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I'll try to give some recommendations and be as modest as Jerry, of course. So I'm Toby Gaisley. I'm from Euclid Network, the European Social Enterprise Network. We represent national social enterprise intermediary organizations, such as LISVA, but also SERI, you heard from earlier as well, and Reach for Change. We do a number of things, projects, policy, advocacy, funding work, but we also run the European Social Enterprise Monitor, which maybe some of you, if you're social entrepreneurs in the room, might have had the pleasure of filling out this year, and thank you if you did. But what we see in the last few years of the monitor are a few different challenges which keep coming up. One of them is very much around visibility. Social enterprises are not very well understood, not very well seen. And so that is a big challenge also in terms of finance, which is another one which comes up. Of course, it's not just about actually having finance available, it's also understanding how to access it, how to make use of it, and how to put it to good use. And of course, that comes around, again, capacity building, making sure that there are appropriate organizations, intermediaries, networks, such as LISVA, for example, who are there to help build up the capacity of social entrepreneurs and social enterprises to actually make use of the financing available. Of course, networks don't just do capacity building, they also support in building an understanding among policymakers and people who can design financing programs so that they can be recognized and develop better legal frameworks. So, for example, around a legal status as well. So that, I think, is many big challenges for social enterprises, and it's not as simple as just saying it's about financing. It's actually a huge number of different things. Of course, we can be positive, though. A lot of good stuff is happening. We've heard already today about, in Germany, for example, the strategy of a counter-recommendation from MIA and DG Employment. I'm sure Carol is going to tell us about the transition pathway and green and digital transitions and how wonderful they are. So I won't talk more about that. But there's also a big thing which is really positive. It is about trying to support access to markets and around procurement as well. So really, Jerry mentioned the verification system, the People, Planet First verification. And so this is a big opportunity for social enterprises to actually not just try and seek grant funding or loans, but actually really engage in the market to sell their products and services to the government, municipalities, national government, but also to other private companies who want to do something more about sustainability in their supply chain. Of course, bigger companies don't have a choice now, but they're going to have to start talking about this and looking at this more in detail. So this is a great opportunity for social enterprises to actually take part in this. And I think in Lithuania, there's an event coming up in September to try and help people meet potential buyers from the social enterprises. So yeah, again, social enterprises hopefully maybe are interested in that. I hope I'm not speaking too fast for the translators. I'm sorry if I am. I'll try and slow down. In terms of good examples, so Euclid being a European organization, we get to see a lot of interesting things from across Europe. Of course, no one thing necessarily can be translated directly into a new context. We're actually based in the Netherlands, so this is also coming up on a question which came up earlier around how do you engage different stakeholders in designing policies. So in the Netherlands, they actually have a very local approach to supporting social enterprises. I guess that's partly because of the way the government is structured, but it's also partly because national government is perhaps not so interested in supporting social enterprises. But at the local level, there's something called the City Deal, which is engaging national ministries, but also municipalities, social enterprise networks like Social Enterprise Netherlands, Social Finance Netherlands, and other private organizations to actually come up with solutions, use funding to support social enterprises in developing solutions to local problems. You also have, for example, in the City of The Hague, a program being run by the City of The Hague together with some provincial municipal authorities called Startup in Residence, which is where actually startups, social entrepreneurs work with public policy makers, provincial policy makers, to actually take that knowledge, experience of running a startup and trying to do something innovative and try and translate that into actually how the government is designing policies, and vice versa, so that startup and entrepreneurs can actually learn a bit more about how the provincial government, local government works, so they can actually better interact and better get on. I don't want to talk too long, so I'll stop there, but I think making sure that social enterprises and their networks are engaged in those developments around ecosystems and policies and funding programs is the best way to make sure that they're responding to the needs.
Tobi, ačiū labai. Galbūt irgi kažkokį.
Thank you, Toby. And perhaps could you share some wishes for Lithuania and leave some perhaps wishes or recommendations for Lithuania? Sure. I guess wishes for Lithuania then is that there's a proper recognition of social enterprise, social business within a legal framework, that then measures are taken to better understand social enterprise, social businesses through things like data collection, through surveys, or maybe a census, for example, so that the ecosystem can be better understood, to support better access to social enterprises in procurement, and then to also design particular support and funding to help social enterprises, not just to start, but perhaps also then to enter new business areas. So around, we've been talking about digital today, so making sure that if there's a digital accelerator, incubator, that it's also open to social entrepreneurs who are doing something different with digital social innovation, not just the traditional model. So being innovative in the way that support is done.
Supratau, ačiū Jums labai.
Okay, thank you, Toby. I also have a question to Carol, a representative of the European Commission. We know that in 2022, the European Commission launched a Social Economy Action Plan, which each EU member state undertook to develop and implement at the national level. So we would be very interesting to learn what major challenges do you see the EU member states are facing in implementing this plan. So as with each participant of this discussion, I would like to also listen from you some recommendations or wishes for Lithuania, if you can, and how the European Commission could help our country in furthering our ecosystem, and what are the plans of the European Commission to follow up on the Social Economy Action Plan? Thank you.
Could you confirm you hear me well? All right, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. My name is Karel van der Poort. I work for DG GROW, European Commission, which is the Director General for industry, entrepreneurship, SMEs, and the internal markets. It's very important from a social economy point of view that there are two angles covered in European policy when it comes to social economy. On the one hand, social policy, where, of course, many social enterprises are much related to, but also economy itself, entrepreneurship as social economy and social enterprise, the word says itself, are an important part of the European economy. To give you an idea, in the EU, there are 2.8 million organizations and entities that belong to the social economy, and they are employing altogether 30 million full-time equivalents. Those figures are very important to show that social economy in the EU is not a marginal phenomenon. It's not a small thing. Of course, depending on the member state, there are huge differences. In, for example, a country like France, social economy is way bigger compared to, for example, in Lithuania. However, it's really important to also use those strengths from certain member states and leverage them towards, let's say, inspiration, but also collaboration, and to grow this ecosystem in other countries. And that is one of the aims of the Social Economy Action Plan that indeed was launched in 2021. After 10 years of first initiatives on social economy since 2011. In 2011, we had the Social Business Initiative, which had a very important first step to recognize the social economy and social enterprises in the EU. The Social Economy Action Plan wanted to go a step further, to go more ambitious and to be more precise on how social economy could be supported and can be supported from first the European level, because that is the action plan scope, first of all, but also how it could lead towards actions that promote social entrepreneurship within the member states. And there are three main angles put forward in this action plan. The first one are improving framework conditions. What do we mean by that? It's putting forward, and Gary already highlighted the essential aspect for this, is putting forward legal and policy frameworks that are supportive for social enterprise. So it's first of all recognition. What do we mean? What do we understand by a social enterprise in our country, given the tradition, given the conceptual development, but also given the uptake of new phenomena, for example, influenced by social enterprise frameworks in other countries. How do we also make a beneficial funding framework for those enterprises? For example, by using the rules of state aid. That is a very specific aspect, but that is something that wanted to be tackled by the action plan. Also, how can we use public procurement to promote more social enterprises and to procure more actions or, let's say, services from those organizations? I have read in the report, the mapping study of Lithuania that was produced in 2018, that in Lithuania there are many social services provided by municipalities and regions, but that there is an interest from the government and the policy to use or to procure more of the services towards social enterprise. And that's exactly where social economy can play an important role, because they play this interesting role between the private for-profit sector and the public sector. They can be a partner of the public entities to provide quality social services in all kind of areas, but also much beyond those. So therefore, we really wanted to promote social procurement, as we call it, or responsible procurement by member states, but also by regions, provinces, and municipalities that are favoring those social enterprises. So this is an important element that we want to promote. And then, of course, we want also to create linkages between social enterprise ecosystems all across the EU. From a regional level, even municipality level, to the member state level. We want to have them more collaborated, because there we see the richness, the influence towards each other really putting forward. We have several instruments to that. For example, the Enterprise Europe network, where since a few years there is a specific sector group on social economy. The Enterprise Europe network is a network that wants to promote SMEs in their business conduct, but also in terms of sustainability, and wants to promote to go cross-border. Cross-border is not only to do business, not only to trade, but also to learn and collaborate, for example, in European projects. So now we are systematically supporting social enterprises in creating partnerships across border. And this would be great, of course, also to take Lithuanian partners in that initiative, because they can learn a lot, but they can also support a lot other enterprises across the border about phenomena that are, for example, more present in Lithuania. So those are belonging all to the first part of framework conditions. I will go a bit faster, but this is the most important one for you. The second one is very much focusing on this business aspect, this economic aspect. What do I mean by that? It's promoting social economy as economic actors, as people, as organizations that employ people, but that create also added value, economic added value beyond social impact. Therefore, access to funding is, of course, an important element, but also, for example, professionalization. Social enterprises usually are grassroots organizations that are starting to solve a societal problem, but not necessarily with the managerial skills that are needed for that. This is another way how we in the European Commission try to promote social enterprises by offering tailored support in terms of professionalization at the organizational level, but also to their managers to become bigger organizations, to scale, to merge, and also to find new markets of operation. I just give this as an example because at the 1st of October, we will launch a new call for support of social enterprise that will focus specifically on this. It would be really great. I would be very happy if I could see social enterprises and their federations from Lithuania also joining these type of support calls directly funded by the Single Market Program of the European Commission. The last thing I would like to highlight is the role of awareness raising, communication. How do we talk about our sector? Do we only talk about social enterprises, the one that solve societal issues, or do we also talk about social enterprises that are a step ahead of the others? Like Gary already mentioned, for example, in terms of female business leaders that are very much outperforming their male counterparts in the for-profit economy when it comes to, for example, satisfaction of employees, when it comes to investment in innovation, and so on and so forth. So those elements are really something we have to be proud of as a sector, and where we also have to promote social enterprises, not as the next big thing, but something that exists already for many years and can show in various areas, be it societal, be it social, be it ecological, the way ahead in terms of doing business. Therefore, we also need data. And that is one specific recommendation, because there I come to my final parts. What do I recommend Lithuanian policymakers, but also businesses? First of all, if you want to show your added value, you have to show figures. We are doing this from a Commission point of view. We are trying to gather these figures that I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation to show the economic added value of social economy, the amount of enterprises, the amount of employees working, maybe even economic added value. But this is also important to do at a national level, to gather information, first of all, in terms of data, but also in terms of policy contribution from the social economy, and to show also to policymakers what the added value will be. I know that in Lithuania, there is an emerging work integration social enterprise sector, or enterprises, for example, employing persons with a distance to the labor market. It's not just keeping those people busy, it's also giving them a job, giving them an economic value, giving them an economic personality. And that is something where we have to be proud of, and not just say as a solver of a certain problem. No, it's really a front runner in a certain economic activity. And that is really important for countries, for example, where social entrepreneurship is maybe not so big as in those front runners like Spain or France, Belgium, Germany, etc. There is really a huge future in terms of entrepreneurship, but also in terms of societal added value that can be shown by social enterprise and the social economy sector. And of course, the Commission is a partner there. We have made Council recommendations for the European member states on how to develop social economy. I have touched upon many different things. I think it's really a leverage that you should use as a sector, but also as policymakers, to go this extra mile in your country and to create favorable conditions for the social economy. I hope I was not too long, but I also hope that I gave you some interesting hooks left and right to continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Karel, ačiū labai. Labai matosi.
Thank you, Karel. I see your idea that the representation of social business and their visibility is a very important factor and a message. And our members of audience will be able to take on many of your messages and recommendations, and the support for new skills and new competences is very important, and I believe that Lithuanian business will take part. Karel said that in some countries there's a lack of the definition of business. Maybe you could share what place should Lithuanian social business take in Lithuanian strategy? What is your vision on the need of necessary legal provisions for the social business to grow in Lithuania? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, present here and those who join us online. I would like to thank Victoria for being the flagman of social business in Lithuania. Thanks to her determination, we managed to achieve many changes within the parliament. Thank you, Victoria, for this. Otherwise, we would not be able to establish the concept or the definition of a social business. So I'm very happy about that, and I thank you. I'm very happy that in this parliamentary period we managed to establish this concept of social business in the law. The main aim was to ensure that this unique business model would be legally established and approved in Lithuania. This is a very important step towards increasing visibility of social business, but also a way of creating favorable conditions for social business growth in Lithuania. It also gives the opportunity for social business to use all types of support, incentives, and this helps to create a sustainable social business ecosystem that helps not only to survive but to develop social business. But definition within the law is only the beginning. We need to continue with our activities in order to improve our legal framework and to adapt to new challenges. The sector of social business is in a constant change and evolution. Therefore, we need to ensure that the social system and framework is flexible in line with the needs of social business. In terms of initiated legal changes, I think that this sector has a very important role in ensuring sustainable and flourishing Lithuanian economy. Lithuania as a leader in social sphere, business and social issues go hand in hand. Speaking about social and legal tools, social business require necessary regulation. We need to ensure that the definition of social business that we established would be widely accepted and used in practice. This would help to differentiate between social business and mainstream business and ensure that this business could use all the support available for it. We also need to create necessary financial ecosystem that would support social business. This would comprise tax incentives, other financial instruments such as funds or loans. We also have to think about the partnerships of social businesses that would allow the participation of social business in public procurements. We also need to promote social business to foster responsible consumption. People need to be taught that by purchasing a product from social business, they also contribute to the creation of a fairer world. Thank you. Thank you, Andrius. We hope that these tools will finally be implemented. And now I'd like to give the floor to Emanuelis. I know that you are very busy and don't have much time. Maybe you could share your vision. What do you think is necessary as tools for the promotion of social business? I welcome this forum. I'm very glad that Victoria cooperated with me, worked with me for 18 years. I want to say If we speak about the signatories to the Act of Lithuania's independence, we had a vision of Lithuania, and in these pictures on the walls you can see people who reestablished Lithuania, and they had a vision on how Lithuania should look like. During the Soviet times, making profit was deemed unacceptable. After 1990, we had flourishing capitalism, and we gradually moved to a different system, and we understood that we should not worship profit in the capitalist society, because this would lead us to hatred waves in society or radical movements, to the fact that classical political party system would be replaced by hatred movements. We see that happening in Germany. Your movement, under the leadership of my friend Victoria Bražūnaitė, and you, thank you very much for that. And this movement mitigates the economic gap in Lithuania. From the humanistic point of view, it is a very positive movement. I thank Andrius Bagdonas, Mr. Algirdas Sysas, who agreed to join this forum and also contributed to the concept and the definition of social business in Lithuania. Lithuania, together with the Western democracies, is becoming a growing country of social economy. In the USA, we see people going for charities, starting from Facebook and Elon Musk. In the European Union, this should become, dear colleagues, the criteria of humanity, or the integral part of the ideology of the European Union. Therefore, I'm very happy to welcome you all on behalf of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and say that this social gap is being reduced and you contribute to that. And humanity actually wins over profit-making. A human factor should become a must in any business. Thank you very much for contributing to your sector, and thank you for fighting the secret hatred in our society. Thank you.
Emanueli, dėkui. Labai gražų žodžiai.
Thank you, Emanuelis, for the very kind words. And since we are now turning to the Lithuanian policies and the Parliament of Lithuania, I would like now to turn to Mr. Sysas, member of the Social Affairs and Labour Committee of the Seimas. What do you see as the key challenges for the development of social business in the post-election context, and how could these challenges be overcome? How can we ensure that Lithuania's course towards a fairer, greener, more inclusive society continues to move forward? Well, in Good afternoon to everyone present here and those watching us online. I joined this forum, by accident, so to say. Victoria sent me a letter asking me if I'm interested to take part in this event, and I did agree. And since Andrius has already informed us on what has been done in Lithuania and what still needs to be done, I have to say that if Andrius was the flagman of this process, I was not the anchor of it. And we were rowing our boat very slowly forward. You do understand, I believe, that very often we tend to develop numerous different concepts in our legal framework, but the fact is that life moves forward without any legal framework available even in place. So the same could be said about social enterprise. Despite the missing definition of social enterprise, social business was developing nevertheless. Yes, indeed, it is very difficult to come up with a common definition that everyone would agree with. And as for the question how life will look like in the post-election period, well, certainly, first of all, it's the anticipation as to what's going to happen. Although I believe no major changes will take place. As usual, with every election within small countries such as Lithuania, where there are many political parties, each of them having their own understanding of different things, the election day will be followed by the establishment of the ruling coalition and definition of the key priorities to be implemented by it. I believe that's where we should take our own stand. As Andrius has said, life is moving forward, and so do we have to move forward with the life. I had a chance in my professional career to work in different social fields. The parliament is constantly facing criticism. That we are over-legislating, as we are adopting up to 700 legal acts compared to other parliaments adopting no more than 300 of them during one legislative period. So please be sure that we are trying to work diligently. So rest assured that following the election day and the establishment of the new government, we will have to come to an agreement as to what we're going to seek forward. It's a pity that when addressing social issues, public procurement becomes a problem where only funds are being absorbed and necessary services are not established the way that they are expected. So honesty, fairness, and transparency in public procurement is definitely something to be further explored by the new tenure of the parliament. And in working on reducing social exclusion, we will have to focus on the benefits and the incentives. I believe we should not come up with any new benefits or incentives, because whenever we are working on a new piece of legislation, we should put a human being at the core of it. And we should be humane when we are voting on some piece of legislation. And think about the consequences of a certain legislation. well, I digress. Lithuania definitely made a lot of efforts to reduce exclusion and poverty. Unfortunately, the scope of poverty in Lithuania has increased, whereas the number of millionaires in Lithuania has increased. To 500. The European Commission is criticizing our tax system, and I believe that if the new coalition, the new government will focus on it, I believe it will make it easier to address those issues that are considered to be a headache for the majority of Lithuanians. So empathy for ordinary people is crucial, and I hope that the new parliament, however varied and diverse it might be, will not worsen the situation when it comes to social enterprises. The parliament, yes, indeed is a living organism, and we wouldn't want to see more hatred erupting in society. So hopefully we will not have to deal with many domestic problems, not to mention the external issues that everyone is facing. And this forum is definitely useful in addressing those existing domestic issues. I believe this event definitely will serve the cause of everyone working in this field and participating in this event and watching us online. So let us continue serving the people. Thank you, Mr. Sisas. I hope that the newly elected members of the parliament will definitely use those words of yours as guidance in their further work. I will pass those words to them. Yes, so we talked about how social enterprise can continue cooperating. So my question to you, Florian, now is as follows. Germany is considered to be a role model for us, and you serve as a good example of how companies can cooperate. So we would be very interesting to learn what kind of mechanisms can make sure that social business can flourish in Lithuania. And perhaps you could share some of the best practice examples from your own experience. I would be grateful for that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We just recently the government launched a national strategy on social innovation, which was somehow surprising, but also very promising. And I mean, it's a big country in the middle of Europe, and everyone is looking at us. But honestly, we are right in the middle of the process. So some things are very good. We have that strategy already, but it needs to be. We need to bring it into life, and I think many different things are also mentioned already. It is really important to build support structures like accelerator programs, where social entrepreneurs with their very first idea can get some support and advice. Funding is also very important, because without funding, especially in the early stage, many will give up and stop doing what they are doing. Another point I really want to highlight, it was mentioned before, is I think it's the visibility of those ideas and concepts. And I think we also should change the story or the narrative of that, because we recently had some discussion with like politicians from the parliament and also like local politicians, and it was like I felt like in a startup pitch where you present why social entrepreneurship is good for society. And they nodded and said, yes, well. And then afterwards they said, well, but are you able to pay the same taxes? Can you guarantee that that there will be as much as employees as in the classical business? And then at one point I said, well, in what kind of job interview am I? And I thought we should change the narrative. It's not just nice to have social entrepreneurship. It's like, I thought the other way around. Are we in a situation in society, in the world, wherever, that we are still able to do it the old way, like creating new businesses? Like there's a new idea, and we do it the old way with accepting that there is harm for environment, that there are conditions for employees or labor, which is not which doesn't meet our standards. And I think it's very important also to talk about that and not to be defensive in those kind of argumentations, and to accept that you always have to find the right argument in order to get that funding or to get that new program, and to be self-confident. I think also Carol mentioned it before in just a couple of sentences, that it's important to look into the future and see what we want to do, because otherwise social entrepreneurship in a couple of years, it will be so unattractive that no one, if you don't get $1 million exit or €1 million exit, you do it maybe part-time. You have a job where you earn your living and do the social entrepreneurship as a side business. And I think it's also very important to change the narrative, to change the story, and to make it more attractive. Beside all those framework conditions, they're absolutely important, but that's the basis. Everyone wants to earn your living for your job, and everyone needs also support. But I think it's very important that we are now like entering a new era where it is important to ask ourselves, is it still possible to start new businesses without positive impact, and not just accepting that the harm is maybe at an acceptable level?
Florian, ačiū labai.
Thank you for your intervention. I was very interested to hear that in Germany you also faced similar challenges. I understand you already established a national strategy, and I'm very curious about its implementations. Since we're talking about insights, the future, and recommendations, I would like to ask Maria Povilaitė a few questions. I'm glad that she's a representative of our neighboring country, Latvia, and they also have innovative solutions that join innovations and social businesses. Can you please share your thoughts on how the integration of social business with new technologies can help address more effectively the challenges facing society and the environment we live in? Could you please share your examples and recommendations, please? Maria, the floor is yours.
Speaking English, right? Yes, my name is Maria Povilaitė. I am very honored to be here. Thank you, Victoria, for inviting me. I am board member and co-founder of Social Entrepreneurship Accelerator in Riga, Latvia. And I have also been personally involved in developing the Accelerators study program, and I also lecture on customer and product development, marketing, and psychology of teamwork. And I also do mentor social enterprises, so I know firsthand what challenges they encounter. And also the way we work in New Door is we are very closely connected with our alumni, and we continue consulting them or helping them connect with different actors in society all along. Basically, I mean, you can't avoid it because you build relationships and you become friends. At the moment, we have supported 121 alumni projects. These came from over 630 applications, which is not so much, considering we started in 2013. And we also have a large network of international mentors, over 100 people. When we talk about, like, we haven't spoken on this panel about digitalization, almost, but it's kind of a topic of the overall event. So I really want to mention a couple of things, not to take too much time because I know we're running out. When we talk about digitalization, in general, we think about taking offline practices online, or we're thinking about automation of tasks. But I want to mention specifically a different approach, namely using innovative, less tested technology, less tested but maybe more efficient, new technology that can elevate social enterprises or make them more attractive for the customers or make their products more affordable, which is kind of complicated when we're in this more conservative setting and we talk about, you know, policy and things that take a long time, and sometimes because of the word social enterprises think that, like, I cannot be so innovative. I really should stay on the safe side because, you know, social innovation is often very different from the technical innovation because you're dealing with people. You have to be careful. But the new technologies, although they may seem riskier due to limited feedback, they are usually more affordable and they can really change the course of things. So I'm here advocating for cooperation of social enterprises with technological companies, like the example that Joe mentioned today. Let's not be shy, let's be more brave and seek cooperations with technological companies, even if we think, well, my problem, my situation is absolutely not about technology, it's a social issue. But you will be surprised if you describe your problem to technical people, how many unexpected solutions you may find. I will give you an example from the past. I obviously cannot give you an example from the future, but there is a social enterprise in Latvia called Sonido. It's actually a call center started by a woman back in 2013. She decided to start a call center which would give a standard business service, but also be a work integration company that will be able to employ people with disabilities. So she started looking for technical solutions, and she realized that offers that she received from telecommunication providers, conservative, good, trusted companies, are so expensive, there's no way the business model will work. So back in 2013, none of us have thought about remote work, right? So, but she Googled. She Googled and she looked for opportunities, and she found a private branch exchange company that was very new. I think she was their second client. And she established Latvia's first fully remote call center already in 2015. The advantages were clear, costs were lower, all tools were online, and there was no need for stationary hardware or any contracts with local operators. There were also challenges, like, for example, the system was untested, so she was taking a huge risk. The collaboration with existing telecom providers was complicated, and continuous software improvements were needed and required that required ongoing learning. And still, when the pandemic hit, Socialinio was absolutely prepared because they were doing this from 2015, employing already people with disabilities. And her business now consists of a classical call center where she services business needs and a helpline that's called Let's Talk, where people work for free. And there are people with disabilities employed in both, when I say for free, there are many volunteers working in that helpline. And she employs people with disabilities that can work from home, you know, keeping their dignity, getting their salaries, and really she's one of the heroes, I would say, in Latvian social entrepreneurship scene. She was just a woman with a family taking risks. So I'm actually advocating entrepreneurs here. You know, sometimes we have to take risks. I mean, we all want the stable side, we want state to support us, but sometimes we just have to make the things happen. So another critical aspect of digitalization, in my view, is its humanization. So digital tools are digital tools, but we have to make them useful and sometimes pleasant to use for humans. So I will not go into example because there's little time, but I will just mention the three vital aspects of digitalization. It's connectivity, so whatever you use, it has to connect easily to everything else that you're using, and also for your clients. It's integration, so it has to be integrated into the existing ecosystem, into the system of your service, into the systems that your customers or your stakeholders are using, and customization. Look for these three. Again, I'm speaking now to social entrepreneurs. Look for these things: connectivity, integration, customization, options to customize, because even the SOS button, which is one of the also very good Latvian social enterprises at the moment, they created the theme is well known, you know, the SOS button for the elderly people, but the technical solution is actually not so simple, and there are many options of it in the world. And the company is also, again, led by two women, and they went through a long period of customization and for making it better and better and better. So even that solution had to be customized for the local needs. And to conclude, I would just want to say that digitalization offers enormous potential for social entrepreneurs. And we have to embrace technologies, of course. And I was listening to everybody giving wishes. I also want to wish something for Lithuania, okay? So I said it to Victoria, I'm impressed tremendously how many people from different sectors are at this forum. It's amazing how you foster the dialogue. My wish would be give money to the doers. You're in the middle. You obviously have the support of the public sector and the government. There are so many social entrepreneurs that have proven already to the society that they're going for the quality. The service they're providing is high quality. The products they're preparing, it's not just to get a grant, it's for the quality. Get the money from the public sector, from the EU Commission, from everywhere. Help them get the money because they are already on the way. They already show that what they're going to do is the quality. Help, because many times institutions say, well, they're already doing it. Why should we support it? They're okay anyway. But if there is trust, you trust these people, they've already done good, they're going to do much more. So that's my wish. Thank you.
Marija, dėkui, labai tokia.
Thank you, Maria, for a very inspiring and emboldening speech as to how we could combine technologies and social innovation. So I hope everybody will be inspired to do so. So now that we are running out of time, we would like to give the floor to, last but not least, Ms. Jarūnė Preikšaitė, since you help women to rapidly adapt to technologies and technological innovations. It would be very interesting to listen to your opinion on the use of artificial intelligence. How can we use this tool to serve the cause of social enterprises and their communities. Good afternoon. Yes, artificial intelligence is not a new technology. It has been for a while now. But since everybody can access it, it seems to us as something new and worthy of exploiting right here and right now. And so indeed, its accessibility empowers us to do more in our own work and to be more productive. Quite recently, we've conducted a research into artificial intelligence and its use, as to how women in particular are making use of artificial intelligence in the Central and Eastern European region. And we found out that 60% of the women are using the latest apps, AI-based apps. These are some very important figures. We're not too worried about men because they tend to be quicker to grasp the latest technologies. But as for the statistics on women, this shows us that the need for digital skills and the understanding of its use is high among women in the Eastern and Central European region. So who should be in charge of making sure that we achieve those digital skills? And let's admit, the education systems are quite slow based on how they're framed. However, wonderful efforts were pursued by governments and public institutions. So what is left for us is businesses. But certainly businesses face problems of their own. They have to think about data protection and think about the longer-term perspective of artificial intelligence instruments. However, statistics shows that, and let's take Lithuania in particular, productivity here is going down, while salaries are going up. And we do know the statistics on the happiness index for Lithuanian youth, who believe that Lithuania is a happy place to live in. But productivity is one of the key aspects that we should focus on right now. And so we see that very soon we will reach up to 60% of our businesses using artificial intelligence in their activities. This does not mean that many people will lose their jobs and we will be facing a certain crisis, but this is what we should be looking forward to in the future. And this means that social businesses will have to address a number of different social issues. That is, there will be quite a few audiences that will find it difficult to make use of those AI tools. And so the need for the social enterprises and the services they will provide in tackling those issues will be high. So social businesses should learn AI skills right here and right now and acquire them right now. We heard that there is an issue of poor visibility of social enterprises, and artificial intelligence is something that can improve the website design, enhance the visibility of social enterprises in the media, and so on. By doing more, way much more, we still we are becoming more productive, and we can focus on, let's say, production of reports or repeated tasks. And so artificial intelligence tools leave us more time on our agenda to focus on the added value created by people. So, in the future, we will not certainly avoid issues related to the use of artificial intelligence tools, but we have to start strengthening our skills in using AI tools, because these will be the issues that will be inevitable in the future.
Ačiū labai. Panašu, vat, kaip kalbėjom dėl paramos, dėl naujų.
Thank you, Rune.
Tai privalomai įtraukti įgūdžiai nauji. Ačiū labai.
Thank you for your intervention. And I would like to thank for all participants who shared their view on the topic, who presented us with recommendation. And now I would like to give the floor to close the forum to Ms. Viktorija Bražiūnaitė. Thank you for the participants of session 4. It was very interesting to listen to your interventions, and I think your interventions will be seeds that will eventually bear fruit. And we've heard about an impressive solution of John, and we're already thinking about it, and we already have the associations, and we will be thinking about the ways how to encourage people to acquire those new skills. So we're all in the same boat where we have to respond to the changing times and the changing needs. Finally, we have 10 minutes to finalize our forum for the closing sessions, and I am glad that Sarah will help me to close the sessions. Sarah, could you please tell in a few words what should be highlighted after this day of valuable insights? What are the main areas for us to focus on for social businesses to thrive and develop both in Lithuania and elsewhere?
That's a big challenge because a lot has been said. But if I have to resume what I tried to resume already, listening at all the interventions today, it seems like we all quite clearly understand that legal frameworks and policies, including financing, are enablers or impediments to whatever, including business development, including technological development. We have a roadmap for social economy, that's great. There's also a whole part on social enterprises. We have a digital transition pathway, but there may be two aspects we have to focus on. I'm going to try to be as concise as I can. We have to improve the use of technology by social economy structures and social enterprises because it's a vector of social innovation, because it empowers them, because it helps them to scale, for so many reasons we've all seen here today, which are great. And we've seen that we need more dialogue between social economy, actors, and tech people. And I would add, we need the translators between the two. I worked in a tech company in social cooperative, so I know. And once you have the tool, you still need the people behind it that fine-tune it all the time. This is not has really been said here, but I think it's important to remember. And we have the people in social economy to understand what tech can do for them and how it can support them. But we also have to support social enterprises and social economy to implement this new tech, to be able to finance those who are going to fine-tune the technology for them, but also the skills of the workers. We're going to have to learn to use these tools. There's one topic for me which was a bit absent from this topic today, is how do we make technology more social economy? How do we consider data? Brigitte from the Commission had said earlier, this is the fourth industrial revolution and it has huge social impact. So what are we going to do with this? Are we going to go with the American model of data is the new oil? Of course, I don't have to say that, everybody knows it here. Do we want the market to decide everything? and to have extractive behaviors and even a monopolistic approach, because this is what's happening with the big data? Or do we want a more state-controlled approach, which means that the governments have a lot of information on you and you have nothing to say about how this data is used? Are these the two models? Or are we going to make a European model of how do we use technology and especially the data? And for that, this is why I say make it more social economy, make it good for society, for the collectivity, and strike the balance between using data as a common good and also the sovereignty of individuals on how this data is used. This is a political choice that the EU has to make today in a world where the power of Europe is really decreasing, and we have to be able to answer this aspect while keeping competitive. Well, I think it's important that we really reflect on this, and I don't think it's going to be a competitive disadvantage to have this social economy approach of data and the digital world, because instead of only having big companies having all the information, we're sharing it. And it's also good information for the governments, and it also empowers enterprises if this data is shared. So I would just like to, the EU is the area in the world where we are protecting the most our consumers and individuals, and I'm going to stop here, but we have to go further and make this choice. If we want the digital world to be more social and more for the benefit of society and citizens, we have to make choices, we have to invest in the infrastructure, we have to invest in the interoperability and how the data is used, and this is the governments that have to do together with entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Sarah, so much. And I'd like to add, ačiū, Sarah.
Let me compliment you by saying and mentioning several points. Yes, legal and political foundations are very important, as well as technological skills and competencies in order to adapt to the changes. And Jorūnė, who mentioned about the challenges. Speaking about the Lithuanian context, and my main takeaways from all these discussions include increasing visibility so that we all understand and treat social business, social innovation, and social economy in the same way. I also heard the word dialogue very frequently in this forum. Together with the members of parliament from different political parties, we have been working hard to foster this dialogue for many years. And I hope that with the change of the political dialogue, we will be able to continue. This is a very beautiful tradition. And all leads to consistency. We need to ensure that so that social business as a tool in addressing relevant challenges in society could be included into strategic documents in Lithuania, financial periodic plans of the European Union, support plans. Another idea that was frequently mentioned was that special measures to incentivize social business should be used, and the culture of testing, of using and testing innovations. I've also heard the idea about the competences and skills of entrepreneurship, of having idea on improving something in the social area. Having idea is important, but businesses need to be capable and have to have skills to put their ideas into practice. We now see that technological progress forces us to improve our skills and learn technological competencies. And technological skills are becoming very important in order to be successful in the competition on the local and international level. So these were my main insights and takeaways from today's forum. They truly reflect things that we frequently discuss in our community, both among our members and active participants of the ecosystem. And my last message for social businesses today is that your active participation and engagement is very important today. You acted as listeners mostly, but the main thing or the main target is you, because you are dealing with the issues that are important to us. As members of the society, address the issues that are relevant to 10% of Lithuanian population. Now we have 30 members in our association, and we really know the impact that our members are creating. Carol Toby mentioned the statistics, and we have recently joined the European Social Business Monitoring, and we will soon publish our data and results, because data is very important. Members of Parliament made the first steps in building the foundations and defining social business in law, and now the ball is in the hands of the ministries, because they have to finalize this process by establishing the guidelines for providing the status for social business enterprises. And now we need to collect data, collect challenges, and to construct measures and tools respectively. So all this is a complex structure. And for us, Lithuanian Social Business Association, as we speak with members of Parliament and representatives of the European Commission, we are really interested in your voice and in your visions, in your needs. Your change is equally important. The change that you make is equally important. And the main message of my association is that your mission is change and our mission is you. We need to strengthen you so that you could create an even bigger impact. So I thank you, social entrepreneurs, because you are the reason for this event. We want to enable you to continue with your important mission. I would like to dedicate several minutes for my words of thanks for those who contributed to the organizing of this event. Well, the order of my naming those who I want to thank is not that important, but I want to thank the team of people who met you at the entrance, informed you, helped you, all the organizational team, Simas, a coordinator of today's event, Kristupas, Agnia, Victoria, that was responsible for the speakers and informing the speakers, Yeva, you still have the opportunity to contribute to the recommendations on bridging the gap. So those who are leaving the hall, please contribute with your recommendations. You cannot leave the hall unless you give a recommendation. So Yeva is our researcher, and she has a degree in entrepreneurship. And she's a specialist in the resilience of entrepreneurship and small and medium-sized enterprises. We also have Inga Mantas, who moderated session 2, Jolanta, Ugne from the Lithuanian Innovation Center, Rugilė Tadas, Ramutė, Renata, who met you at the entrance and guided you through this event. I also wish to thank the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, because this event is financed from the project under the ministry. Horizon Europe program is one of the most prestigious programs, and it is a great privilege for Lithuania to take part in this program. And session 2 was dedicated to presenting the results of this program. And we had a wonderful delegation from Italy and Germany. And thanks to this program, these delegations were able to join this event. So I thank delegation of Positive program, and also thank the Innovation Agency that we closely work with. I also thank the speaker of the Seimas, the patron of this event. I'm tired, so it's hard to be concentrated. I also thank the Committee on Economics of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. This committee has been co-organizing this event for the 3rd year in a row. And now former chair of the committee has been appointed as Minister of Agriculture. I also thank partners from the Ministry of the Economy and Innovation, the Nordic Council of Ministers Office, Parliamentary Forum of Democracies, founded by Emanuelis Zingeris, Lithuanian National Radio and Television, that are responsible for broadcasting this event and will help us to count the participants who joined us online for this forum. I thank Steinbeis Centrum, Hub Innovazione Trentino, Grünhof, they have a very long title, but they have a special program, Trentino Social Tank. And I'm happy that we are members of the Euclid Network. And its coordinator, Toby, is here with us. And John from Euclid Network is here with us. So in several years, we have grown as a community, and we have over 10 people for international delegations. So we have around 10 to 15 people responsible for foreign delegations. And we have a foreign delegation comprising 14 people, I guess. Thank you, Diocese Network and Social Economy Europe, and I wish you every success. Thank you once again, and let us meet sometime later in Miesto Laboratorija, City Lab.
Ir dar noriu paminėti.
And I want to give a round of applause for our interpreters for their hard work.
Ir Seimo IT skyriaus darbuotojai.
And also IT staff of the Office of our Parliament, who ensured that we have good quality sound and video. Thank you.
Ir galiausiai didelė.
And finally, I thank the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania for hosting this event. Thank you, have a nice evening, and see you in City Lab Miesto Laboratorija.